All right. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. In the absence of being able to meet in person this year, we're just thrilled to get to connect with you all over Zoom. I just wanted to go through a quick logistical Zoom run through, even though I realize we all have used Zoom a lot over the last few years. If you have questions or comments, please do add them in the Q&A. You can type them there. We will be monitoring that throughout the workshop. If you prefer to speak your question or comment, you can raise your hand and then we can give you permission to talk, and then you will have to unmute yourself, and then we will be able to hear you and what you have to say. If you have any trouble with the Zoom whatsoever, please feel free to reach out to myself or to Kate. We're happy to help. Or you can email our workshop at Airborne Snow Observatories with any questions or concerns. And likewise, if you have anything you'd like to follow up on after the workshop, please feel free to use that email address to do so. I just wanted to point out a couple things about the schedule this week. The workshop begins at 9 a.m. Pacific today and tomorrow, but on Wednesday, we will begin at 9:50 a.m. Pacific, so you'll get to sleep in a little bit later on Wednesday. And as I'm sure you noticed, we are recording, and we will be posting these recordings to our YouTube channel in the weeks after the workshop, and we will be sending out the link for that once those recordings are up. And with that, I will hand things off to Tom.
All right. Thank you, Liz. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm very disappointed that we ended up having to go virtual again with the recent surge and the duration of illness that we saw with many of our colleagues and some of our team members. It just seemed prudent with the ramp up that we have going this fall not to be in person, but I'm vowing that next year we will be in person if I have to pay for all the bio suits myself. And Karla will make sure that you get here in person as well. So let me see if I can advance there. All right, so I want to give just a really quick introduction to ASO for those who are new to us, and a reminder for those who have been with us for now 11 years. Our mission statement is to provide high quality, timely, and accurate snow measurement, modeling, and runoff forecasts to empower the world's water managers to make the best possible use of our planet's precious water. And just so you know, we read that at the beginning of our team meeting every week, just as a reminder, and kind of in keeping with our NASA JPL roots from which we come. And I'll talk a fair bit more about that during my talk tomorrow morning. The history and including the relationship with DWR from the very beginning, when Frank Gerke and I first talked about this in the winter of 2011, when it was going to be all about flood mitigation. We hold ourselves responsible for the drought. An airborne snow observatory. So it used to be the Airborne Snow Observatory, but we now are headed towards 3 aircraft and 3 kits. We mapped the 2 most critical snow properties to be able to forecast runoff volume and timing. Those are the snow water equivalent, so the total mass of snowpack, and then the snow albedo, which controls the absorbed sunlight, which itself provides 90 to 95% of the energy that goes to melting. And we do so through snow depth mapping from our scanning LiDAR. And then we combine that snow depth field with the snow density from modeling and the critical observations that we have from the snow courses and the snow pillows, either through the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program or SNOWTEL. And then snow albedo, we measured with a now VSWIR, so visible through shortwave infrared imaging spectrometer. And that allows us to know the snow albedo as well as what are the controls on snow albedo. We combine this with the physical modeling, the snowpack modeling, the ice snowbow model, which we've been doing from the very beginning, and then carrying this further into the wharf hydro model, as well as the various models with the Bulletin 120, the river forecast centers, the PRMS model, and other models that that individual entities are using. We do this with a rapid turnaround, 48 to 72 hour turnaround of the products to make sure that the data are timely, and with crazy high altitude operations that that you all would enjoy, and hopefully at some point we'll be able to get everyone on the plane. This is the flow. I won't really go into this right now, but you can think of ASO as FPMS, flight processing modeling, and then SAS, analysis and visualization. And here's just an example of the collections in April for California as well as Colorado. And you can see the map is in California is really starting to fill in, but we're going to see it fill in even more so this coming year, which is really exciting. We're going to be reaching from end to end of the Sierra, and likewise in Colorado, a massive extension. So this is an amazing time, not only for water management and remote sensing, but in particular for ASO realizing that vision that we have. This workshop's agenda. So we're going to be heavily on California today with research in the afternoon, and then tomorrow a little bit of California, then a lot of Colorado, and then into research again, and then on Wednesday heavy on the modeling, and then more research programs in the afternoon. And then, of course, in the afternoons of each of these days, we'll have the discussions, which are always really fruitful and really exciting for us. And we keep those fairly nimble so that we can absorb what has been spoken to during the day, and then bring several of those topics into that discussion. And it's free form as it always has been. And then I'm going to ask Jeff tomorrow to just speak to the upcoming snowpack and runoff modeling workshop that we're going to have separately. We had thought we would do this during the same week, but just due to scheduling conflicts, weren't able to pull that off. So that'll be coming sometime later in the fall or early winter. All right. So today's keynote speaker is Karla Nemeth, the director of DWR, and I'm not going to go through her bio. You can see that on the websites, and she hears that all the time, I know. But I just want to speak to Karla's impact related to snowpack, and likewise related to climate change and where we find ourselves right now. So Karla's been in this position since 2018, starting with Governor Brown. And fortunately for us, and I think unfortunately for her, she's come into this position at a time when we are transitioning from linear climate change to nonlinear climate change. And she's gotten to experience sustained drought punctuated by some immense years, and a mega drought in the Southwest, one that is not unprecedented in the paleo record, which should send shivers down everybody's backs. She's led with vision and amazing empowerment of a remarkable team. And Karla, I just want to say that the parts of your team that we interact with do feel that way. They feel an empowerment from you, and so it's very heartening as a resident of the state, as well as a scientist and a practitioner, that to see that they are feeling that way. So let me just say that not only are we as Californians and Westerners and those who are involved with snowpack and runoff, fortunate to have her leading DWR, but we as those gathered here today are very fortunate to have Karla join us to give today's keynote. So Karla, let me turn it over to you, and I will stop sharing and stop talking.
Well, thank you, Thomas. That was just a very warm and introduction. I'm very humbled by that. It's an honor to be here with you all, and I was reflecting briefly on your mission statement and just thinking there's not too many opportunities in our careers where our mission statements get more and more urgent every single year. Maybe you get 5 years to figure out what the next click is, but I certainly feel, as the director of DWR, having been in this position for almost 5 years, that just the climate pressures are really growing exponentially. And occasionally I talk to Governor Brown still, and he'll read something in the paper and give me a call and, what do you think? And at the end of the day, what I always go to is, it's challenging, but it's exhilarating, because we're sort of seeing this kind of slow moving train wreck coming at us, and as government agencies, it can be very difficult to move our bureaucracies. It can be very difficult to harness any kind of political urgency that helps us with our budgets and those sorts of things to respond to these challenges that we know are coming. But now we're really in it. And I've never been in state government when it has been so dynamic, potentially in California, aided by a unbelievable budget situation, but we'll take that, right? And so we know we have these moments where we can make these significant leaps, where we have resources to do that work, the urgency is there, and we're ready. And so I'm just extraordinarily proud of the way the DWR team in this field represents the department. And one of the most exciting parts of my job is to connect this incredible expertise, this incredible curiosity, appetite for application with some of our more nuts and bolts, how we manage water in California and what are the things we need to be paying attention to. So again, it's just really delightful to be here to interact with you all. And I have some short remarks, and then Thomas, I would love to open it up to questions if that's something that sort of fits with how you want to manage your agenda. I apologize for not checking in on that first. But the work that you all are doing is just immediately relevant. And it really is these kinds of emerging technologies that and our partnership with the Jet Propulsion Lab that are going to help California improve water management and secure our water supplies for current and future generations. And it's not just about water for communities and our economy, but it's also about water for our environment and how we plan for all of these pieces. And it is at moments pretty daunting when we think of the intensity of the shift. It's not just simply understanding the extent to which we need to embrace a scarcity mindset or an overabundance mindset, but it's also the way we make decisions in California and the timing of those decisions in California that ripple through our sectors, particularly our agricultural sector here in California, which accounts for obviously the most significant portion of our developed water use. And it's nothing, a year like this one, which demonstrates the climate challenges, which demonstrates geopolitical challenges, which really drives home the importance of managing our water system with, I hate to use the word precision, but with a broad lens on risk management, risk to our economy, risk to our food systems, risk to our environment. And so it really is technologies like this one and accelerating them as quickly as we can that is going to help California make better decisions. As you all know, we are in the midst of our 3rd year of drought. We are right now preparing for our 4th year of drought. This is not just in California, this is West-wide. And if I could wave a magic wand, I would love to join you for tomorrow and really hear more about what's happening in the Colorado basin. There's so many similarities. And of course, California is reliant on that system in significant ways as well. One of the things that was really important, I would say, less so this year, but certainly expressed itself in 2021 is, the role of our warming climate and the clarity of the climate signals that we're now experiencing. And if you all recall, we're just coming out of an incredibly hot week in Northern California. We busted a lot of records, not just the extent of it. Really everywhere in California was hot at the same time, but our lows are also getting warmer. And we had something similar. And of course, we seem to break new records every time we go through an intense event. But in 2020, we had right around the same time, we had a very intense heat system in August and September. We had these lightning strikes, just monsoonal weather coming through the Bay Area in particular, just very unusual. But one of the things that we learned, 8, 9, 10 months later was the effect of that intense heat event on the drying soils that had on our snowpack in 2021. So we knew, by some of our more kind of tried and true measurements. And, Frank Gerke is kind of legendary in California, just a terrific person who really continuously for his many, many years of service really, captured, that there's nothing quite as provocative for everyday Californians to see that snow survey. And it's just such an immediate way that we as Californians relate to our weather and therefore relate to our climate and therefore relate to our water supplies. And one of the things we saw happening, at least in data, leading up to our April 1st snow survey that in 2021, we started seeing these runoff numbers that were not great. And a real steep drop. But where we were on April 1st, which is kind of our, all the media comes up and they join us at Phillips Snow Station. And we had a snowpack that was in the neighborhood of 70%. But then by May 31st, we had almost no snowpack. And that incredibly precipitous drop was a real jolt to our system as water managers. And I think many of us felt like we were immediately behind the 8 ball. Typically, again, in agriculture, when we have these early warming conditions, a very rational decision is to get in, start diverting sooner, start planting earlier. It's a very rational economic farm management decision. But what it did was it really limited the choices we had available to us because we didn't understand the conditions, exactly how dire those conditions were turning out to be until much later. And that became a real challenge for California that just backed up in our whole system. We struggled with managing Shasta. We struggled with Oroville for the first time ever in 2021. We were not able to generate hydropower. And we were fortunate that we didn't have conditions that, again, reemerged this year when we were really relying on hydropower, especially this past week at Oroville to help us with grid reliability. So you start to get a real sense of these cascading effects of climate and how interwoven these decisions are. But in the context of 2021, Governor Newsom really reinvigorated. It was like, what do we need to be doing differently and doing a lot more of differently to help us understand and prepare better? And so we were the fortunate beneficiaries of a big budget surplus that we were able to direct to really reinvigorate the aerial snow observation work at the department and extend it to key watersheds. And we have been working in partnership with other local water districts for at least a decade, and we could see the benefits of that ASO measurement in those watersheds and the very material effect they had on the decisions that we were making as Californians. And all of that led California and Governor Newsom to start thinking more intensely about this hotter, drier climate and what we could anticipate relative to available water supplies. And so with our guidance from our state climatologist, Michael Anderson, whom I'm sure you are all well familiar, we started to put together, and again, I think this is one of the most challenging and yet rewarding periods that we're in, which is, how do we reconcile the challenges of our observed history with this immediate reality behind us, and how do we really focus on science-driven decision making? And if so much of science is observed history and data, maybe it's sort of less sexy, but that's the bedrock. But we know what's happening around us is really different. And so how do we think about reinforcing our data collection systems, adapting them to what we're really starting to see, which is our snowpack, going ever upslope in the Sierra Nevada, and how do we understand that, and how do we understand the sun effect and the heat effect, and start incorporating more of these extreme conditions and understanding the risk management and policy choices that they might present. And so the governor directed the department with our colleagues at the Water Resources Control Board to put some planning parameters out relative to this hotter and drier climate. And that got us into these conversations about climate water deficit. What could we conceivably think about a drought that strikes in 2030 and 2040 if we know temperature is really, moving in one direction? And so our precipitation is going to continue to be variable, and we don't know what's going to happen between now and 2030. We're looking at a fourth dry year, but in all likelihood, we're going to have a heck of a rain year. Again, going back to our early ideas about ASO and its value, what do we think about just overall the expression of these hotter temperatures as a new demand in and of itself on water supplies? And so that led us to some, I would say, certainly the direction we get from the governor's office is we need to be humble about our numbers, and we really take that to heart. We don't want to kind of over rotate on science that still has some uncertainty to it that is significant and important. But essentially, we put together a plan that can help California respond to a climate water deficit of potentially about 10% by 2040. And when you start to think about those numbers, in California, it's about 92 million acre feet, which is the water that we can manage, on average. And so you start to think about 9 million acre feet as a new demand that temperatures are going to have on our water system. And that made a lot of people pause and say, what are we doing? What's important about this number? How do we accelerate investment? it was really sobering, because in California for a long time, water is managed very much at the local level. We've talked about local resilience. California funds a lot of local resilience projects. But one of the things we're beginning to appreciate, I think even more with the pressures of climate, is we need to collectively work with our local water districts, come to some overarching understanding, even though there's going to be variability in that, and the science needs to continue to evolve as a planning metric. Where do we need to be as Californians? And that set us off on a course of how would we come up with 9 million acre feet of water by 2040? What does that mean? And for me, as someone who, there's water management in California in many ways is about growth and has always been about growth. And a lot of the debates that we have, that's sort of the shadow debate. And now we have climate coming along and saying, actually, you need to make investments not for growth, but for stability. And it becomes less about, well, if we do this investment, then we can't do that investment. And it becomes really clear that given, the potential of a 10% climate water deficit, that's going to drive investments everywhere. So we have to do it all. We have to permanently reduce water demand. We need to develop new water, and the reality is new water is fairly limited. We need to be recycling a whole lot more. We need to be doing desalination, but as a general matter, in terms of overall volumes, it's not the lion's share of the deficit that we would need to supplant. And so what becomes crucial then is building storage capacity above and below ground, so that when it does rain, or when we do have significant snow, how are we capturing and storing that? And then that is really where this ASO technology could not be more critical. And it really fits with some of the things we're doing with forecast informed reservoir operations. How do we use our existing system? Because it does take a while to build things, particularly in California. But how do we use our existing system more effectively to be ready when we are going to get these big events? And sure enough, the back end of 2021 became yet another example of what climate really looks like, which is you can have these huge events in the middle of an exceptional drought. In Sacramento, we set a record for consecutive number of days without rain. I think it was like 240 something. And then end of October last year, we set our single day rainfall total in Sacramento. And then we busted our December record for snow in the Sierra. And then we had our three driest wet months on record. And we beat that record like by a mile. I mean, we had been at about 15.5 inches, and now we were at like 5.5 inches. So we're just blasting through these records. And so that right there, and I do think there's kind of a growing public awareness of what these extremes mean, but it very much changes a lot of decisions we make in the timing of decisions that we make. And given the stakes are so high, not just economically, but environmentally, that's really the kind of true place where I think one of the cultures we're working to improve upon at the department is we need to reinvest in our data systems. We need to be transparent about their value, their limitations, their uncertainty, but we no longer have the ability to just have that be data over here. We have to make some kind of decision. We have to exercise some judgment about what it means around available water, and the stakes are high. And so our ability to work with local water districts, work with other interest groups, to talk to them about the data, and that's my job, is to make sure our folks have the resources that they need, and they have the okay to say go and do and be creative, be innovative, do those things. And you know, the big part of my job is helping decision makers across California absorb what that means, understand what the risk is, because there's a bigger risk in doing nothing than there is in embracing this information and starting to introduce real change that has material effect on people's lives. And so it is a exhilarating moment to be in these roles. It is a humbling moment to be in these roles. And I'm just enormously proud of the team at DWR and the way in which they represent the department and interact with their broader colleagues westwide. And just a big hats off to you all who are digging in and doing this incredibly important work, not just in California, but westwide, because we are absolutely all interconnected. And that's what the challenges on the Colorado show writ large, that the solutions are not going to be contained in one state. And the solutions also have implications for power grid reliability over time. And it is a kind of a new moment in how we choose to manage. And you all are absolutely both at the forefront and also the bedrock of better decisions to support our communities and our environment westwide. And thank you. And I just wish you a terrific workshop, and thanks to Thomas and his team and all the great work that y'all are doing. And with that, if we have time, I'm happy to answer any questions, or happy to let you go roll up your sleeves and get to the good stuff. Thank you.
Karla, thank you. I wish that we were in person so that we could have the applause. It's always funky over Zoom, but that was fantastic. And I can say, as a father of two sons, one 16 and one 13, who are both skiers and very much love the West and don't plan on living anywhere else except maybe Switzerland.
Yeah.
Where we've flown before as well. It is so heartening to hear leadership doing the right thing and looking at the science and trying to act forward, and looking well beyond well into retirement years and providing for that. And that's I think that's what we expect of leadership, and very rarely get. And so I can say we're all appreciative that you're making that push, and the state of California is, as are other states in the West. When you were speaking to extremes, I just we're near Montreal right now. Just flew here yesterday, and I watched on the plane the Nolan Ryan biography piece, and at the end of it, all of them are talking about how there will never be another Nolan Ryan. And when you were talking about extremes, I was just thinking about, and all the records that we're breaking, it's like we're having a new Nolan Ryan every year. And as a baseball fan, I know that you can appreciate that. And I don't think we want to have a Nolan Ryan every year. So
we got to figure out how to hit them.
That's right. Exactly. So let me open it up to attendees with any questions, or even from the team. Do we have any hands raised?
No hands raised at the moment, but if anybody would like to ask a question, just raise your hand and we will unmute you.
I can kick it off with so we work really hard on our science and our technology, and try to communicate that as well as we can immediately to the teams with which we work. But I'm wondering how we can help you further with the communication of the science and technology for the policymakers, for the politicians. What can we do with respect to can we do with respect to white papers? How can we support your teams? Because we are a technology public benefit company, but we all come from science roots. The business aspect of things is simply what was necessary to realize the vision, but we really do come from a scientific and science communication background. So just wondering how we can help with that process.
Yeah, that's a good question. And one of the things I think that can really work with local decision makers are frankly kind of case studies, where you did some work and it resulted in sort of different decisions or an understanding that, you know, people can really crystallize around. Because, you know, what I find is, you know, decision makers are working to manage things. And I think there's a little bit of a fatigue around this idea that, well, you know, are we building infrastructure or, you know, what are we doing to help sort of solve the water problem? And I think what people don't appreciate there are technologies that we can deploy right away that can help us do better in the immediate term. I mean, and I mean that genuinely. We are making better decisions this year because we deployed ASO last year, and we will make even better decisions in this upcoming year. And that, you know, for folks who've got a lot of problems on their desk, and, you know, climate presents a lot of problems, those kinds of kind of crystallized, you know, notions of, you know, if you invest in this, here are the implications, and doing it almost in a case study format, I think helps you sort of sell a little bit more the outcome that the technology can help support versus trying to explain the technology itself, which is cool and, you know, awesome and captivating. And that we've definitely had in our governor's office when Mike Anderson came to give the overview on forecasting in the early summer of 2021. I mean, there were, you know, jaws dropped around, you know, what this can offer. But, you know, that's like a 10-minute conversation in a crazy day. And so being able to say, you know, investing in this helped us do, you know, X, Y, and Z. And so I think, you know, anything you can do or we can do together with those partnerships, or you do with your local water districts, to kind of get that word out. Because part of the, I think from just an overall kind of more political message that we talk about regularly is, how do we have hope? You know, how do we offer solutions that that don't seem out of reach, or don't, you know, this is a period of time where, you know, people are very disaffected with government, and you know, and promises, you know, unkept. And so I think, you know, we do talk a lot about, you know, how to demonstrate, you know, you have to have a vision, but you have to demonstrate real results. And that's where I think this kind of work is so helpful to, you know, to helping the public really understand what's happening. And everybody can relate to their weather. They can't always relate to where their water supply comes from, but they can relate to the weather, and they can relate to the pictures and all of that. So how we tell those stories, I think, are crucial.
Great. We actually have a couple other questions that rolled in. One question from Steve Haugen is, what do we need to do to expand the ASO program, both in the number of flights per watershed and to the balance of the watersheds in California?
So one of the things that I think is going to be important moving forward is, so Governor Newsom has this, you know, climate resilience portfolio. We've got something that's a little bit more focused on some of the content of the resilience portfolio for water, which is this kind of hotter, drier strategy. But what we also have in California is the California Water Plan. And that's the way in which we really institutionalize. This is a legislatively mandated water plan that the department is required to update every 5 years. And one of the things we're very focused on, we're updating it right now. My big dream, which I may or may not realize as the director, is to get our flood planning and water supply planning. Right now, they don't go together, but the solutions are together, which is frustrating. But with our water plan, one of the things we're very focused on right now is, we have these hydrologic regions that really generate, what's happening in terms of water management. But what we need to do is move things to a watershed scale. And that necessitates deeper partnerships with different kinds of local government. And I think we're all a little bit nervous about that just because of the coordination factor. But really taking our water supply management and moving it to a solution set that's watershed based, that gets up, into the Sierra. And we've been starting to talk a lot about, Forest Service, how do we engage some of these, less traditional partners, at least when we think about, local water resilience, and we move, from headwaters, all the way down to the floodplain. And so I think the California Water Plan, which will be out in draft form by next spring, is going to look and feel quite a bit different in terms of how it's moving on the climate front. And I think that it's going to set up, I think, the sort of obviousness of expanding ASO, because again, we're all starting to realize that to deal with climate, we're going to have to drill down and deal with our watersheds a lot more effectively than we have. And ASO is going to be an underpinning of that. And so my hope is with that document is it further makes the case on how we expand and what in it establishes kind of the right, what's enough in a watershed to help us make decisions, because I think that's something else that we haven't sorted out. And, not to be too crass about it, but the water plan does drive how we think about investments. It's a document where the state can very much incentivize local water districts, and there's tremendous variability in how they invest in different kinds of technologies. And this is going to push out there that the state has expectations for climate resilience, and one of those expectations are better technology, really leaning in technology that can capture, a more dynamic system with more precision. And so it is going to drive, I think, more investment in this kind of ASO technology, and I think drive deeper discussion about sort of what's enough in terms of frequency in a watershed, and how do we think about that in a way that is also helping us answer questions about climate, right? So now that we're seeing it on the ground, it's like, well, one year we want to try X, Y, and Z, and another year maybe we want to try A, B, and C, because we're trying to get at a certain climate question. And so that's where I think we're really trending with our bigger water planning documents for California, and I think that's gonna push to the things that are asked in this question.
Great, thank you. We have one more in the Q&A. Do we have time for that, or do we need to move on into break?
Let's have one more.
One more? All right. The question is—
we have her.
Yes. You mentioned increasing above and below ground storage. It would seem that scenarios for above ground storage are slim. How do you see the proportions of the two ideas?
We have 10 times more capacity underground than we do above ground. So it's going to be a lot more underground. I think, California voters approved the water storage investment program in 2014. It's proven very difficult to get some of those projects going, but we are making some progress. I think in terms of above ground storage. There's things like Sites Reservoir that seems to have a lot of interest and support. But I think you're also going to see, expansion of existing reservoirs more. So Los Vaqueros, San Luis Reservoir. To the extent that there are, maybe it's more regulating reservoirs. I think there's probably something we need to do for agriculture and regulating reservoirs. It's not the real large scale stuff, but I think the majority of it is going to be underground. We're doing a lot of, interestingly, complementary technology with aerial electromagnetic. It's like an MRI for the earth, and it goes about 1,000 feet down, and it measures resistance. And we take a look at resistance, and then we start to map the different kinds of soils that can help us get the water where it needs to be for recharge. And so while we're expanding ASO, we're also doing massive electromagnetic mapping 1,000 feet into our aquifers. And it's really kind of marrying these, two key pieces of information that's going to help us actually achieve the water storage we need, not only rehabilitating some of these groundwater basins that are critically overdrafted, but also really getting them in much better shape for us to be able to rely on during these drought periods. So heavy action underground.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Karla, thanks so much for joining us. You were gonna say something.
I was just gonna say, you bet, and good luck. Have a great workshop, and I look forward to hearing all the details, and next time in person.
Okay. All right. Great. We will look forward to seeing you and having you on the plane at some point.
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
Let me, Liz, do you want to?
Yeah, we're going to do a quick little break. Do a little 5-minute break and come back at 10 o'clock Pacific. Sounds all right to everyone? Refill your coffee cups or your tea.
Awesome.
All right. Talk to y'all soon. All right.
Shall I take it away?
Take it away.
All right, great. Dave, do you want to share your slides?
I mean, I'm taking it away and you're not taking it away.
Well, you put it up there, and while you're putting it away, while you're taking it away, I'll take it away. So first up is Dave Rizzardo, who is formerly the chief of the hydrology section. Actually was the hydrology branch, right? And is now the manager of the hydrology section for the California Department of Resources, and a longtime friend to the ASO program from back at the very beginning in 2011 when we first started having these conversations. So, Dave, let me turn it over to you to talk about ARSS.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. So I'm in my actual office at work, mind blown. And as such, it's a little bit different setup from home, of course. And so sometimes I've been told the microphone can fade here a little bit. So, interrupt me if I start to fade, please. So as Tom introduced me, my official title is manager of the hydrology section, formerly known as chief of the hydrology branch. Nothing's changed other than a few words. So don't let that worry you. So I'm going to talk today about the status of our program. I know we've talked over the last several years about where we were at and where we were hoping to get, and we're moving along really well. And as Director Nemeth referred to, we are expanding the program, and we're continuing to see the benefits in the watersheds we've had traditionally, and now going through the excitement of growing pains. Both impacts, how we schedule and how we maintain the watersheds we've been involved with, and how you sort of onboard water agencies and water managers, including the State Water Project, as we've expanded, which I think we, between Tom's team and ours, I think we estimated we easily tripled the workload last year, even though we only added a few more watersheds. But growing pains is a good thing in this case. So just looking back at our program is known as Aerial Remote Sensing of Snow Program. Looking back at last year, so we expanded to include the Feather, the Yuba, the Truckee, and the Carson, the top 4 you see there in the grid. And then the Tuolumne down to the Kuya have been our more traditional program, of course, with when Tom refers to 2011, it all started in the upper watershed of the Tuolumne. So with that expansion, we ended up with 34 total flights over the 9 watersheds. I think the year before was maybe about a third of that. I don't have an exact number, but and the ice snow bow modeling, of course, was throughout. We didn't have baseline funding for this program. What we had, you see there in yellow, are the flights that happened throughout the spring and the winter from the DWR or a grant program that DWR oversees. So some of that money is local money, but through a grant program. And then you see almost about half in the blue are funding that we got from our partners, our local agencies and reclamation as well. So we continue to have a program where we've got funding sources coming from 2 or 3 different locations. That certainly adds a level of complexity on the management side of it, but that's a small price to pay for the collaborative effort and the dollars coming in. So again, you can see we had flights that came in as early as right around the 1st of February, and we continued all the way into mid-May. The other thing you'll note about the flights as they came in, this kind of just shows you the uncertainty of how the water year was going. Again, as Director Nemeth referred to, we had this incredibly wet December. Optimism was there on January 1. I think for some folks, I think most of us knew that doom was coming in the form of dry January. But we didn't expect a dry January, February, and March. So you see the scattering of flights across the different watersheds, really not cohesive. They're kind of happening sort of all over the place in February and March. But as the year became a lot more focused, then you start to see the alignment of when the decision making had to be made, and a lot more flights within a much more tight span, which put a lot of burden on the ASO team to get all that done. But a good year nonetheless. Now, when you overlay that with the all-important modeling, so you see in the green lines down there was just my attempt to show when we were getting ice snowball reports from our friends over at M3 Works. And so the green lines that go all the way down means we basically got updates on the ice snowball reports across all the watersheds. And then you'll see just sort of here and there individual or groupings of watersheds where we also got ice snowball reports. So again, flights began in early February. I mentioned the flights were a little bit less cohesive early on, a little bit more consistent later in April and May. And I think, again, that has a lot to do with just kind of understanding where the decision points need to be made versus the uncertainty early on. I do want to give a shout out to M3 Works. Here and there were some extra reports that were requested just to kind of help water managers and DWR sort of assess what's going on, and they rose to the occasion, no problem. And then pre-flights, so again, those first flights were sort of in February, but our collective DWR cooperator, sort of steering committee really lit a match under ASO and said, no, we need ice snowmelt reports in January. And they were like, I don't know that you want that. No, we do. Listen to us. We know better. So they provided that with the context that it wouldn't be fed by ASO data. And I think in the next slide, you'll see why they were warning that, which in the end was actually a good lesson learned on the value of a really early season flight. So even though we've been doing this a long time now, we are still really learning what it takes to maintain this program and really make sure it's fed to the benefit of, forecasting, what's feeding it, how often to feed these models with the right kind of data. So this is an example of the Feather River this last year of where more accurate accounting of the snowpack, needing this better data really feeds the decision making. So the timeline is there. The red line is really the key. The red line is the modeling results from iSnowbow provided by M3 Works. And you will notice from mid-February, this giant drop on the acre of about 750,000 acre-feet estimate of snow water content. Now, I don't know what watershed you may come from, but when you lose 750,000 acre-feet of water in your snow in about a week's time, based on models, that might drive you in really dark places. And so what that really showed you was that first purple bar is when we had the first flight from ASO in the Feather. Prior to that, this was the warning. If you want us to run iSnowbow, it's going to be based on other data sources that have more of a historical based context compared to a direct flyover of ASO. User beware. So, again, lesson learned. When you have so many flights, an early flight, be it January 1st, whatever, to get those model states set from the onset is really important. Our first monthly Bulletin 120 goes out on February 1st. So there's that impact here. The reason why we didn't have a flight till mid-February was contractual reasons. We were waiting to get these contracts through as we seem to struggle with every year. So earlier flights really do make a difference. And then you see the value of those ASO data throughout. The other estimates at some point were still overestimating anywhere from 33 to 60% snow into March and even beyond. And so really having that check throughout is very important, and really helped out this year compared to the year before where we didn't have the data in this watershed. So here's some of the other basins that we flew this year. And again, you see the large drop on the red line that happens to coincide with the first purple bar, which is the first flight. So same story, bunch of different watersheds. The Feather and Yuba are more rain driven. All the other ones you see are far more snow driven. So the historical products such as Snowdass may do better slightly, perhaps, in a more snow-driven watershed. But either way, it's really important to get that direct flyover measurement and correct not only those models, but more importantly, our forecast models. So we are aiming for 8 flights a year. That is our ideal program, we think, moving forward. We're not there. We're more on the order of 3 to 4 flights right now per basin. But why 8 flights? And this is just a conceptual reason of why. There's that same graph on the bottom that I showed earlier, and then you see a bunch of these red arrows pointing up at the timeline. And again, this is sort of an idealized way that we might use those 8 flights if we can afford them and get the budget for them. On the left, there's that importance of that very first flight. Is that December? Is that January? Whatever, but get that in so that we have the model chewing on some actual numbers, especially leading up into that all-important February 1st water supply bulletin. And then having them spread out. Again, this is an ideal situation where you see a Feb 1, a March 1, an April 1, and then more frequently in the snowmelt season. But depending on the water year, we would have the flexibility to kind of move those arrows throughout the season as we need. And then you'll see one out there past July, and there's a question mark on that one. Having that 8th flight you may or may not need them at all during, during the winter and spring when the snow is there. Forest fires are what they are. They are a new reality along with everything else. There's going to be a need to refly these watersheds, unfortunately, more often than we'd like. We flew certain watersheds last year, and now there's fires in them again this year. That's just going to be the reality. So having a flexibility of reflying the snow free in the summer and fall, to build that into the program is important. This could be a year like 2011 or 2017 or whatever, where there's snow melt going on well into July, and we want that last check. And so again, 8 flights gets us, I think, enough frequency throughout the year, but also the flexibility to refly or a late flight or whatever. So that's the ideal. Now, what does that look like when you take away 4 flights, which is really our reality right now? Again, this is just an example. This is not how we operated last year, but this is an example where you can see with the blue squares, I basically said, well, those are all out. You only get 4 choices at this. And I just talked heavily about the lesson learned about an early flight. Going into this year, all the partners in our program, we're all going to discuss that very first flight very seriously. Because if we all have just 4 flights in each watershed, do we use it in January to set the model states? Like, there's a compelling reason with that graph to do that. But now you only have 3 other flights to use the remainder of the year. So that is not a point we want to be. It's where we're at. That does not make it really easy on the decision making. When you only got 4 shots at this, when do you use them? Nobody knows for certainty on January 1 how wet or dry the rest of the year is going to be. We have pretty good indication, but last year it was super dry, and then we had this really nice April and May for the most part in some watersheds, which you're going to want to be able to capture that with these types of flights. So really, you see, when you only have 4 flights compared to 8, your decision making and the need to feed these models gets very limited. Moving on, so what do we look like going into this year? We're in the midst dodging some smoke clouds of trying to get snow-free acquisitions. So some new basins. Well, the Truckee isn't new, but there's about 20% that needs to be flown that wasn't done last summer. But our 3 new watersheds this year are going to be, it's really the inflow to Lake Shasta. So that is the upper Sacramento above Lake Shasta, the McCloud River and the Pit. And then adding the American River, which flows right here through downtown Sacramento. And then the Kern River, which is the far end of the valley down there in the southern end. And then we also have some touch-ups to do on existing snow-free. The Yuba has a little bit of touch-ups. I believe that was completed. And then you see some of our more legacy data sets, the Tuolumne, Merced, and Kings, that need some touch-ups. This is the stuff that drives Cat nuts, from what I understand. So we're happy that we can get these touch-ups done and make life a lot easier for the team over there. But that's an important aspect in how we envision this program needs to grow. Is you always have to have a contingency, a budget, or flexibility to do. Let's pretend we have all the basins we want. You still got to do touch-ups. You still got to battle changing environments and everything else. So these snow-free acquisitions need the attention every 5 to 10 years or somewhere in between. Further look at our program in 2023. So now you start to see more of that map filled in. So there's the Shasta basically down through the American on the north side, with the Truckee and the Carsons on the east around Lake Tahoe there. And then a gap, and then you see the Tuolumne all the way down through the Kern. So we actually did get, with the state this year, ongoing baseline funding for our programming. That's really going to give us about a third, maybe a little bit more than a third, maybe 40%, somewhere in there, of the full program. And you might look at the map and go, well, there aren't that many holes. What do you mean it's only 40%? Well, again, you got to scale this program 3 ways. Number of watersheds is really just 1/3 of it. You need to scale it up in terms of number of flights, and you need to scale it up fully integrated with modeling. So that's why, even though we're more than 40%, we're not there in terms of number of flights and modeling. So we're going to continue to exist with reaching out to our cooperators and looking for whatever funding we can get. They've always risen to the occasion one way or another. And so we'll still try to manage the program that way. I mentioned the 3 new watersheds. I mentioned that we're stuck on about 4 flights per watershed. I'm delighted that we have this. Don't get me wrong. This is the first time we've had baseline funding, but we don't want to lose sight of what's really needed long term. The ice snowbell modeling is foundational to this. Thanks to our partners in the Kings River, they got through some grant money, the ability to provide that data transfer, tech transfer over to DWR. So our in-house team continues to expand and grow in their knowledge of this. And that's really important because as we get data, when we get modeling results, we have to know what it is. We have to kind of check it, QA, QC it. But we're doing that with amazing support from our friends at M3 Works and also the ARS team up in Boise. Both have just been tremendous. Can't say enough about those teams. And then the Wharf Hydro team, I think Dave Gotchis is going to speak later this week. We got introduced to Dave this year. It's just been I just think Dave and their team had a grand slam this year. We had a pilot program that we launched in the Feather and the San Joaquin as sort of proof of concept. And I think he learned a lot and we learned a lot. And now we're going to try to meld that learning a lot into year 2 of that pilot program to see how it can be more integrated into operational decision making on our forecast. And then we want to continue to explore. We've talked to Tom and his team about expanding that with the budget that we have to other watersheds. And then the last 2 important points here is, well, again, we've tripled the workload and the data storage and everything else on the ASO team. And, we can't just ignore that. So we need to find a long-term solution for data storage. How do you balance that with the accessibility and the transparency we really want and need on our end versus having somebody really who knows what they're doing, managing that data and making sure that it is the right data and making sure that it is put in the right hands. Sometimes those are competing interests. So that's a long discussion we got to have, but certainly part of the program that it's a good problem to have versus, we don't really have much data, so who cares? And then to continue to push for that full program, which really looks something like this. This is on the left where we were this last year in terms of scale, 9 watersheds, 4 flights, and 2 with Wharf Hydro versus the full 18 that at least DWR has a hand in producing a forecast with their own modeling in our Bulletin 120, 8 flights per year, and all of them with Wharf Hydro. And let me just end with reference to what Director Nemeth talked about. She was talking about this need for more storage and more everything else and adapting a policy. Well, this is really the official title that came out here in August from the governor's office was our water supply strategy. And these were the 4 main sets of actions that need to take place. Water recycling and desalination, she talked about that. Capturing that stormwater above and below ground, she talked about that. Improving the reuse of water in cities and farms, but where it hits with us is number 4, improving all water management actions with better data and forecasting, conveyance, and the administration of water rights. And you see the different agencies down there that are involved in this. And of course, DWR is under the California Natural Resources Agency. So this audience knows very well, but just in case you didn't, I bolded in red, better data and forecasting. So that spoke volumes to me. And if you dig a little bit deeper, there is item 4, improved forecasting data management, including water rights modernization. And 4.1 very explicitly says that the Sierra snowpack is crucial and we need to account for it better. And then that first bullet on the implementation steps is continue to invest in the human and technical resources to do this. I am extremely appreciative that they're recognizing the value in a program like this in this important document, but I'm also even more thrilled they're recognizing the investment in the human resources. Just as all this has grown and it's been tremendous, our staff has not. And so these programs need to grow. We need this data in every one of these watersheds I showed earlier, but that all goes to heck if we don't have people in place to manage it and make sure that it's being directed where it needs to be, and the information is used intelligently to accomplish these kind of goals. So it really was really nice to see this. It was welcoming to see this. It was a little bit of sigh of relief to see this, that from the top, there's a recognition investing, not just in here, we'll throw money at a problem, go invest and go get the technology or whatever the models you need, but that you need people to do it, and the right people to do it, and the right number of people to do it. So this is really encouraging for me to see this too. So that is the bulk of my presentation. I'll pause there and see if we have any questions.
Dave, that's great. Thank you for that. I just want to reinforce for the younger members of the team and audience that that the place you find yourself in right now is extraordinarily exciting. We've been talking about this with respect to ASO for the last decade, and with respect to remote sensing and physical modeling for the last few decades, but it's really happening right now. And so we're very fortunate to, it's one side of things. We're unfortunate to be in the changing climate, but we're extremely fortunate to be participating in this surge in science and technology to help. Are there any questions?
We have one in the Q&A.
One.
Yeah,
Oh.
from Ms. Van Wagdendonk. She was asking Dave, and then also Tom, if you want to chime in on this as well. For the new Snow Free, what is the fidelity of the collection, and does it include your new high specs?
Take it away, Tom.
So so Liz, the Snow Frees are collected at 2 points per square meter or better. And yes, they have been captured with the high specs data, the imaging spectrometer data. So there's some basins right now in Colorado that have not had the imaging spectrometer data, but those in California are going to see that throughout. And Joe, you were gesturing. Did I miss anything?
Oh, just that there are 2 ground points per square meter.
Ground points. Right.
Yeah,
All right.
nice to hear from Liz. I mean, it's her and Van up at University of Washington. We what we're trying to do with this program is let the experts guide us. You know, this is a holistic program now, right? I mean, it's not just a winter program. You know, Liz has a particular expertise, and her and Van's team in what happens in fires and after fires and so forth. And instead of guessing, God bless them, you know, and let them do their work and inform us. Andrew up at the Snow Lab, the team at CW3. I mean, it's really becoming this really collaborative research operations thing. I know Mike Anderson's really been pushing on that too. And so when I talk about our program here, it's just kind of that focus of, all right, what do we need to do to get the winter operations going and feed the water supply? But you know, even ASO putting us in contact with Dave over at NCAR, it's feeling like we've got a community, you know, really rallying behind this and letting these experts guide us, you know, in how to improve the models. What aspect of each part of this model can be improved by somebody who has this expertise?
Any others?
No others at the moment.
All right. Well, again, if you do have further questions, let us know or contact Dave directly, and then hopefully Dave will be around this afternoon for the discussion. Awesome. All right. Next up is Steve Haugen, who is the water master for the Kings River, and he has a couple of case studies Not that he'll necessarily describe those in detail today, but when Karla was speaking to that earlier, I was definitely thinking of the 2019 case study that was so valuable from the Kings. So Steve, are you able to share?
I believe so. Let's see here. I think.
Coming up.
Are you seeing a picture of Pine Flat?
Yep, and we're hearing you.
Okay, great. Well, I'll take off from there. Sorry, Tom, I don't have those two examples from 2019 and 2017. I was going to take a little different tack today. We do a lot of talking about ASO for reservoir managers, the various decision points and that we make, kind of looking from the watershed down. I'm going to look at it from the other end of the system, the water user. What kind of information do they need to make their business decisions, their planting decisions, those type of items. So with that, I'm going to proceed along here. So let's see if my slides are going to advance for me. Yeah. Just real quick, we've got the Kings River service area here. It's centered down in Central California, down in the San Joaquin Valley. It's about 1 million acres. It's in Fresno County, Kings County, and Tulare County. The actual watershed is above here. Just kind of flip the service area up into the Sierras and it'll give you the range of coverage. And then kind of going into the actual talk here, you know, we hear about the extremes and the various regulatory constraints that drive reservoir operations. We talk about reservoir operations. We go through flood control. We talk about spillway capacity, downstream channel capacity, environmental flows, peak storage, and minimum storage. I want to bring those up. Water supply exists kind of in between all of that. And so we always talk about these extremes when we go into forecasting and modeling and that, but it's the in-between that I'm going to really focus on today. So likewise, the ASO program has various decision points that they need to make for their operations. And we went through a lot of this in our coordinating meetings this spring. You know, and a lot of these become business decisions melded with the water supply reality. You know, when to mobilize equipment, when to hire people, when what are the standby costs? You know, you're trying to maximize your dollars. What is the processing capacity is needed? So just kind of likewise, our growers have to actually make decisions similar to that. So I want to run through a base graph that I'm going to use on most of the rest of my slides here, just so folks are aware. This gray line up here is the 90% exceedance from the CNRFC. It's there as a reference point, not leaving out anybody else's pet forecast, just use this for the convenience. And I want you to pay particular attention to these 4 triangles at the bottom. These were the dates of the ASO flights for 2022 in the Kings River watershed. And so I'll come back to these a couple of times throughout my presentation. So then added on here, the 50% exceedance from the CNRFC and the 10% exceedance from the CNRFC. I think I may have those backwards, but so those are just for reference as background. You know, we're looking, when you're looking at flood control, you're probably going to be looking at this upper graph. You know, when we're looking at base water supply, we're looking at this lower graph. And we're hoping for something kind of up in this range. The middle range is what we're really looking for. And then going forward, we also have the actual runoff for this year. And locally, one of our most important points are these blue dots. These blue dots are our monthly reports to our local board of directors. Most of those board members are irrigation district managers and farmers. So what we're looking at this year, these blue dots were really looking at what was the snowpack there, what was our minimum water supply that we could expect, and trying to put bounds on that. we all talked about this initial drop up here from January to February as data and the models and the various information was starting to come in. But I want to point to these two. We ended up with the ASO data that came into play. These 2 points don't look very far apart in scale and vertical scale, but the reality is there's 270,000 acre feet represented between those two numbers. That's about 80 to 90,000 acres of crop that can be irrigated with that water difference. If it's your 40, 80, 160 acre field that's part of that, and you're now not getting water supply that you thought you might have, that's a big challenge from a business standpoint, from making your business decision. You went from maybe having some water to not getting any surface water. That becomes real important as we're moving forward. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act came to play, is coming into action. It's limiting our access to groundwater supplies, which used to be the balancing factor. So knowing what water supply forecasts are and integrating that with your groundwater supplies becomes real important. So one last bar here is kind of a different bar. I put this in here. This is about a 65 to 75% of runoff number. When runoff is below this number, we can only deliver water to about 2/3 of our service area. And even in that case, it can be very limited. One of the shortest deliveries this year to one of our districts was 10 days worth of water the middle of this summer. When we go above this bar, we generally can begin to make deliveries to the full service area. And then as we get up into runoff in this vicinity, we can make pretty much full supply deliveries for the season. So that's a local bar that's kind of interesting. And so I want to jump into really what our growers are looking at. This is Fresno County, top 10 crops: almonds, grapes, pistachios. We come into livestock and cattle, garlic, tomatoes, oranges, and peaches. So we're looking at some fairly significant cropping patterns here. And I'm going to jump into tomatoes. So farmers wanting to plant tomatoes. When does he need to make his decision? So first off, you come back here into October. So the scale here is water year, beginning October 1st through September of the following year. So a tomato grower actually will be signing contracts in the fall, delivering how many tons and at what price. So they're making an initial decision here that they're wanting to plant tomatoes. But then we go into the agronomic standpoint of when do they actually plant tomatoes. In Fresno County, they plant processing tomatoes as transplants. The earliest ones will go in the ground around March 1st. The latest ones will be going in the ground up through about the end of June. But there's another 60-day lead time that these guys need to have. If they're going to plant on March 1st, they need to give the greenhouses at least a 60-day advance notice that they're going to plant to start production and raising of the transplants that go in. So a tomato grower that's wanting to plant an early crop on March 1st needs to make a decision that he's going to buy transplants by January 1st. This goes to Dave's early forecast, looking at getting flights in January or early February becomes really important. And then actual harvest starts in July and goes off through into early September. So really for tomato growers, they're really making their decisions kind of in this red oval here, beginning in late December and going on in through April 1st. They're needing to know how much water supply they have available to produce a crop. If they're not going to have the water supply, then they can't plant that crop and make all the investments appropriate to get that crop in the ground and off. And most of the investments occur in this early phase that go on from a business standpoint. I'm going to rock through this a little quicker for garlic and onions. And again, this is Fresno County. It's kind of interesting with garlic and onions, a little different strategy. So In the late summer, growers are going to be looking at their contracts. They're going to be ordering seed, getting ready to get started. Typically, they plant in September. So September and October. So it's a fall planting. And this gets kind of interesting because they have to end up deciding early in the season how much water they're going to reserve and hold to plant that late crop. Most other crops are done and harvested from the spring runoff. In this case, they have to make a decision. What am I going to budget and allocate? Because they have no idea what that runoff is going to be over the next winter and spring. And then the next phase is it's planted in the fall, it grows through the winter, and then ultimately they're harvesting it in the late spring. May, June timeframe is when they're harvesting garlic and onions in the area. So they're actually making their water management decisions, again, in this February through April timeframe for a planting and production that's going to occur basically over the next year. So little different perspective there. Corn, again, in the service area, and I got only 2 more crops, so I'll go through this pretty quick. Corn in the area is silage corn for the most part, used for cattle feed, livestock, dairy. It plants April 1st through about the end of June. There really are no contracts for that per se. It really is just making sure there's enough seed around. And so folks are planting seed, buying fertilizer, kind of in that March timeframe. And then ultimately they're harvesting that from July through September, or is the rough time. And then decision points, you know, again, the decision point is a little bit later on this than some of the other crops, you know, probably starting about February 1st. And if you're doing some really late season planting, you could maybe wait until May when we have pretty good confidence in our water supply forecast. But the early part of that, you know, you look at this range of forecast data versus the range of forecast data over here, big difference. And the last one I was going to throw in is cotton. So again, you start off in the fall, your October timeframe, you're making whatever contracts you might be making, and you're ordering seed for the next following year. Your first decision point is a pre-irrigation that's typically going to occur kind of in that February timeframe. Before you've even planted, you typically put an irrigation on cotton to wet that soil profile. And then you're going to be planting. Late March through about mid-April is typically when the crop goes in the ground. So again, you've got another investment here of actually putting the seed in the ground, putting your fertilizer, you're actually spending dollars at that point. Then the irrigation season is June 1st through late August. And then harvest is off in the fall in the October, November timeframe. So your decision points from budgeting water supply and determining whether you're going to make those financial commitments is here in the January through out through about April timeframe. And then bringing it all together and back to ASO. This hodgepodge of circles are all those decision points really brought back onto one graph, and really just look at the time frame. Your earliest decisions, you're looking here around the first of the year, late December, earlier January. Real critical time frame is here by the time you get into early March. You know, and by the time you get to our traditional April 1st forecast, most of these growers have made their financial decisions and commitments for the season. By the time we're finally getting to some sort of confidence in our forecast. So I really want to point down here to the bottom, this blue circle. I talked about our red triangles where our flights occurred. We really do need those early flights. You know, building on what Dave said, what Dave Rizzardo made in his presentation, that more flights, really we get into that. We still need these for confidence when we get into flood control and some of our other reservoir operation standpoints. We really need these points, but from a business decision, resetting the models and really trying to set this bottom line limit. And I think some of the later talks will talk about constraining runoff supplies. Having those earlier flights give us at least a known amount of what's in the bank. We know how much snow is up there on the mountain. We got a pretty good idea of how it's going to run off. It gives us that volumetric bottom end. So that's my presentation. Questions on that? And I'm going to go back. From there, I'll turn it back over to you, Liz and Tom.
Thanks, Steve. That is great. I was muted, so you couldn't hear me taking screenshots, but I took endless screenshots.
I can send you the presentation, Tom.
Just in case you lost it, I wanted to make sure I captured it. That is fantastic. Oh, I see there's a question from Joe Boardman.
So given those realities, that's fantastic to see the metal hit, the final answer of who's using this and why and where it's important. While those dates are so far back, how many of these people have an insurance policy, and how could could early flights where you're improving that baseline in a real-time manner over the, say, December to March, even before the April stuff, change the insurance market if it could for these people or the insurance companies?
I'm not really familiar with the insurance products on these particular crops. Some of these, like garlic and onions, are considered specialty crops, and production insurance is not available for a lot of those types of crops.
Right.
Most of the crop insurance comes in the real major U.S. commodities. When we get to our specialized food items, they really tend not to be through national insurance programs. There may be private insurance out there, but
right.
I know the banks right now for loaning production loans, they are very seriously looking at water supply availability.
Yeah, maybe so much not insurance policy, but right, the loan availability or how much you charge for a loan for someone who's subject to these risks. And then as they evolve through time, you could have like interim payments, and suddenly you get a big storm and, oh, you don't have to pay anymore.
The reality of it is presence or absence of water supply.
Exactly.
If you can't show two sources of water supply, many of the banks are not loaning. So it's getting to that point of production certainty. And so early flights providing more confidence in that water supply forecast goes to the availability of funding.
Yeah, I was just thinking, since it's new data, you could have a new model, and you could have like pay as it snows instead of pay once up front, right? And if it's drier, the price is going up, and suddenly it snows. Thanks for playing.
Interesting concept. I'll have to pass that one along to some folks, but
Steve, we won't be using the pay as it snows model in the ARSS program.
We'll give you $1 for every 10% increase in snow.
All right.
Other questions?
Right now, and this is, I put it as a,
Okay. Hey,
Thank
Evan,
you.
I think we're hearing Annie. There we go. Steve, thanks so much.
I'll stop my share here if I can find it.
You may have just presented yourself into having to come to the discussion. We'll let you know.
Okay. Let's see. I'm over here. Stop share.
All right. Next up is Stephen Ho, who's Water Resources Engineer for Merced Irrigation District. And there he is.
The screen making sense, or let's see.
You're in presenter mode there. So we can see next slide and all that. It's up to you.
There
we go.
All right, so I'm not sure if I haven't chatted with Steve at all in the last few weeks, but my presentation is in the same vein as his, and so hopefully this will go a little faster and kind of show you guys some of the localities here in Merced. Just a quick update in regard to a couple of stations that we put in. Last season, we did some touch up in Fogelsang, and then I think we're officially handing it off to our partners, Park Service, to take care of. And hopefully we are constructing North Fork this coming fall, assuming everything goes smoothly. So those are just some quick update onto additional station that would be assisting us in the modeling and ground truthing and all that. We got 4 flights this year, and it was great to say the least. We appreciate having the flexibility. And here's the 4 different dates with some numbers, and we'll get into it a little more here. It's a graph that everyone knows and love, just to kind of show decision making here in MID. I put in these different dates as far as those were when Merced Irrigation District Board of Directors made the judgment call on how much our growers are getting their allocations and how much those allocations are. The next chart's going to get increasingly complex, so I just want to kind of bring that in right now. And if you see, our first decision point is in February, and that aligns with what Steve was saying, that a lot of crops in the area really relies on making the decision between mostly February and March, extend all the way from January to April, of course. But you can see that reflected in when we made our call. The first one is February, second one is April 26th, right after that miraculous bunch of storm that we had. And then the last changes that we had was in May. And by that point, I would say about half of our growers kind of like, why bother even changing your mind by this point? So moving on, this is a collective chart that we graph, similar to what Steve was showing. The red is CNRFC 90%, the green is CNRFC 50%, and the triangles are Bulletin 120, and the red triangles are Bulletin 120 99%. So we actually like using the 99% in specifically dry years like this year. And then we have this bar graph, which is precipitation. On this one specifically, we chose Ostrander just to show how a specific station behaved. And we have the Lake McClure inflow here down on the bottom. And ASO flights are marked with the yellow square with the red axis. And you can kind of, you know, we start to congregate the data here, and they start to kind of plateau off, bringing back the lines that I showed earlier and what we as MID water managers here thought. And once our board made the decision is
I just thought I'd tell you.
in February 16, we announced an allocation of 13 inches acre feet per acre. At that point, we have about 150 coming in. And if you recall on the other chart, we have had basically no rain for 2 months. And as the water manager in the area, we basically operate using worst case scenario. So we assume that our total water year runoff would be about 282, and that's how we come up with our 13 inches allocation. And our forecast was somewhat
One and done.
not calibrated, like checked with the DWR Bulletin 120 here, and they're actually about 280 on their 99%. And at that point, we haven't had that string of rain coming in, and that's what we operate under. And as Steve was saying, this is when our farmers, you know, begin to plan and purchase orders and whatnot. And the second time that we updated our allocation forecast was here in April 26th. And around this time, there has already been 2 ASO flights. And at this point, we didn't know if there were going to be even more rain or not. And we announced an increased allocation of 7 inches between February to April. And that was welcome with a lot of a lot of hand claps, mainly because we were able to provide a lot more water than initially assumed. And at the last announcement change here back in May, it doesn't almost, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter, but a lot of the farmers by that point already made their call for the year. And this is mostly beneficial to our secondary class of users, which had less allocation than the first class allocations. Moving on to the next chart, the previous chart is talking in water year and how much water is coming down, whereas on this one, we talk about how much snow is up in the mountain. And in this case, the green line is our in-house MIT H2O model, whereas we are over here comparing with the DWR ice snowball, which is the blue line, and the big correction here that you already seen from Dave and Dave's presentation. And you also have this darker blue line, which is snow dash. And to kind of reiterate the importance of flying early, you understand that over here is the big correction, and then over here we have a couple more corrections. All of the models use ASO to some degree manually to adjust their parameters down. And you can kind of see the adjustment getting more and more aggressive toward the end. However, what we want to highlight in here is even our own in-house model, which is already generally more conservative by design, is not conservative enough until May. And this is one of the biggest thing that we appreciate is having to make the judgment call in February, and everyone really wanted us to be as accurate as our forecast in May. And I think all the water managers kind of sympathize with that. And moving onward, what we would like to support and, of course, get more ASO fly. And then the second part is, so far, a lot of the ASO data is integrated manually as far as, we have water managers and hydrographers kind of manually tweaking parameters to force our models to closely or get closer to ASO results. And perhaps that's a good thing. And we would like to see some more analysis and study there to make sure that, it would be ingested into our models and corrections can happen as soon as they can, because the importance on timing and making decisions. And then the third one is something that I think could be very important is the interbasin relation. Hisham here at MIT have been here for many decades. And so we have the benefit of his gut feeling and be like, oh, okay, well, if Tuolumne is about this much and San Joaquin is about this much, we are probably somewhere around here. And that's just his gut feeling that he honed over the years and, kind of experiencing many drought and floods. And I think there's value there in case we don't have as many flights as, as Dave wants, which is 8, which would be a boon to everyone. But until we get there, I think having a more formal analysis on how basins that are next to each other influence each other and how, that would help maximize the value of a flight. And of course, the last one is address the bias and more collection data and all the good stuff that we are all doing as we go onward. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you for everyone who helped us, and GWR, the Floodmar people, and everyone else. Any questions?
Thank you, Stephen. Do we have questions out there? So, Stephen, I have one question. There's a lot of interaction that we hear of between the Hetch Hetchy team and the National Park Service, in large part because of the O'Shaughnessy Dam sitting there in the national park. But can you speak to your interaction with the Park Service and how that plays out?
Yeah, our latest interaction is mostly just trying to assist Park Service in scheduling ASO, for example, and we would try to time it with their snow co-op measurements. And sometimes they would need extra help in maintaining a station or, checking a flow measurement point. We also have a contractor that more closely, we send them out to maintain our stations up in the mountains. And we work with them and with the park to try to plan, modernization of these stations and addressing some of their issues that could introduce biases to the numbers that that we're all using. And hopefully eventually we can address, ASO team having only 1 or 2 stations to work with on the whole Merced Basin. So
great. Well, and related to that, I've been talking some with the Yosemite Conservancy about the idea of supplementing their High Sierra webcam, and perhaps getting a camera that can also be looking off to the southeast from that vantage. And I think that'll be helpful for you as well as the Park Service. Dave, do you want to, you have a comment in here, but it'd be better if you said it than if I say it.
Yeah, I was just building on, as Stephen said, that in this case, Hisham's knowledge of the watershed and like he said, well, if the Tuolumne's doing this and the San Joaquin's doing that, then we can probably, with a good guess, ballpark the Merced here. Our team uses real similar types of correlations and whatnot, looking across basins. But I think one of the things we learned this last year too, when you see those big course corrections from before and after the first flights was, I think, Tom, you called me on the Feather. We spoke over the phone and you said, you don't have as much snow as you thought you had. And if I recall, part of the conversation was, it's just not distributed like it had been historically. So the pillows weren't wrong, the snow courses weren't wrong, and you can understand why, with that context, why Snowdass and others were saying what they were saying. It's just the distribution wasn't like we would have expected in prior years from those big December storms. And so, with Stephen's comment, I think having that strong understanding now of those relationships from basin to basin, so we can kind of monitor that from year to year. And if it's either taking a left turn, well, that's a right turn, a left turn like everybody else is with all these historical patterns or not, we need to understand that. Because if I recall what you were telling me, Tom, if the distribution of the snow, how it's falling and collecting is changing, then inherently those relationships are changing too.
Yeah, that's right.
So do we need to start downloading Hisham? Is that the
we can make a virtual Hisham for every basin. There you go. But yeah, in this chart, for example, I just want to highlight, our forecast is 282, and that's extremely conservative. Internally, I call that we call that 99% plus exceedance scenario, and we look really bad when our forecast is that low and everyone else's is up here in the 600 plus. However, in the end, it worked out okay for us, but that's mainly because of, as I said, Hisham's experience in playing it conservatively. And, as a water supplier, we cannot promise more than what we already have. So that's the biggest play that I think, that we have to be responsible for, because we're responsible for so many people's livelihood here. And that's just, that's just something that Hisham likes to do, just to play conservatively.
All right, any other questions or comments? Nope. All right, we are on schedule. It's pretty remarkable for us. So, Liz.
We're a little behind, actually.
Oh, are we?
We're supposed
Oh, yeah,
to
you're right. We're 10
too.
minutes behind.
That's okay. I was going to suggest, if it's okay with Wes, Scott, and Charles, that we take a 10-minute break and come back at 11:10. But if they have other scheduling restrictions, then we can certainly press forward. So
That works for me.
We're okay.
great.
Worked good for me too.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Let's do a 10-minute break and come back at 11:10. And then we'll move forward with the agenda.
All right.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Wes and Olivia, are you ready?
I think we are.
Yes. Let me share
All
screen.
right. So next up will be Olivia Cramer and Wes Monier from Turlock Irrigation District, which is, in case they don't say it, it's the oldest irrigation district in the state of California. Wes started just a few years after TID started, but he's still a youngster. And Wes was actually part of an early meeting about ASO with Bruce McGurk and Gary Freeman and Andy McMillan at the Sacramento Convention Center. And well before we ever had any data, I will never forget Wes saying, if you can give what you are saying you're going to be able to give, then that's going to be enormously beneficial to us. And ever since then, the push that we have been making with ASO, that's been right here in the back of my head the whole time, to make sure that that what I promised to Wes, we can continue to deliver. So hopefully we are still doing that. So let me turn it over to the two of you.
Well, I appreciate that, Tom. What I kind of remember is I was thinking I was probably out of a job. The program has delivered. It's been delivering every year, but this year more so. Olivia's got a lot of stuff she's got to cover, and I don't want to take a lot of time. But I wish I could articulate the value that the program has exhibited this year. And that first flight we flew in February, we changed 100 years of paradigm this year. We made a decision around, I guess, the 100% exceedance, if you will. Now, we used to say we did that in the 90. The difference between the 90 and 100 gets somewhat ambiguous, gets fuzzy. You know, what is 100% exceedance? What does that mean? This technology and program has allowed us to do that. And it's allowed us to reset the way people think coming into February, and Olivia is going to get into this. But this year was a major event on the Tuolumne for the Turlock Irrigation District, and that we made decisions that we wouldn't have even fathomed making them in the past. So I can keep going here and waste everybody's time, but this was a very big deal this year. Just one more comment. The program affected all of the players in the Turlock Irrigation District. I think a lot of times we look at the ASO with respect to flood, and don't misunderstand, it's invaluable. But here, the ASO program affected thousands of our customers and constituents. Olivia, you're up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Wes. And I think I will add, just to preface this year we did make the decision at TID to bring someone in, Matt Siemens, and almost his entire winter was spent looking at the ASO data, trying to glean any more information from it, because, you know, for Wes and I, we would love to be able to do a deep dive on all the ASO data, but you got some time constraints there, resource issues. So this year we decided to make the investment of bringing in more resources dedicated to ASO. So moving into, let's see if my clicker works. There we go. So kind of setting the stage before we get into the meat of the conversation of what we were dealing with this year. So this was as of February 21st of this year, and we were seeing a lot of similarities to what we had dealt with less than 10 years before. So for the first 3 years of the 4-year drought, very similar accumulation values we were expecting under the 90% exceedance for 2022. And when you're looking at Don Pedro elevation, it's pretty close to where we were at the beginning of 2014 going into that irrigation season. And so being able to kind of tell our decision makers, and especially presenting to the public, getting them back into that mindset they were during that 4-year drought, and reminding them that, hey, these conditions are very similar, and kind of think back to what you did then. What efficiencies did you implement, and how did you survive that drought period? And so a component of that is what we were dealing with this year. This is a look at the precip distribution, and in blue is what we observed. And you can see it is anything but normal. We had that big onslaught of rainfall in October, and then once again in December. So when we were sitting in December, Wes and I were in conversations about flood control. There was thoughts about who's going to fly home from their Christmas vacation in case the forecasts continue the way that they were. And, you know, for our farmers, they were seeing news reports coming out at into December that the snowpack was 160% of average. And so I think what a majority of the public thought is, oh, the drought's over. But, you know, we're back in, we're going to have a full allocation. And then you have January through March, which was the driest January through March in our historical record. And, you know, you had that high pressure ridge just block any kind of moisture coming in for the rest of the year. So that's where we had to start making that shift in everyone's mindset of, you know, presenting what we did in that last slide of, we are not out of these drought conditions, and we're actually in similar conditions that we were 10 years ago. And so because it was so dry January through February, we started to get pressure from farmers very early on to try and start the irrigation season to get some water onto the fields. And so that's why we actually started having to make decisions even earlier than normal this year. So going into now the meat of the presentation, right here is a comparison of our HFAM model, which is an internal hydrologic model, physically based hydrologic model, versus the ASO. And this is looking at the snow water equivalent between the two from the February 28th flight. And overall, the net SWE difference was minus 34,000 acre feet. So really close agreement between the two. And so what this does for us is it gives us a lot of confidence within our model, because ASO gives us that validation of what we think is up there is actually up there. And then from there, we can trust that the model is going to be able to run through and then do the projections as far as runoff. And then the other part of this that I kind of liked looking at was some of the spatial differences. So we can see HVM's a little bit high in the lower elevations and low within the upper elevations. And so what this tells me is volume wise, we'll probably get it. We might be a little bit off on the timing of that runoff. But in a drought year, I'm not as worried about the timing of it. I'm worried about what is in the system that year. So had we seen something similar to this and it was a flood control year, I might be trying to tighten up that distribution and getting it locked in closer to what the actual was. And kind of taking another look, this is looking at the SWE differences based on elevation as well. So taking it from the mapping view into the actual points. And I think what stands out to me is you see the largest differences in those high elevations. And I think the thing to note is that's where we don't have sensor data. So, you know, the HFAM model was calibrated to all of where we have gauging stations, where we have sensor information. And we can see that those bands, that's where it's the tightest. But as you get in the area where we didn't have any observed data network, where you start to have that greater variability. And I think that's where in the future, ASO shows a great benefit is we can get this long-term time series of what's going on in those upper elevations to start tightening up the bounds of the model in that case.
To take some of Olivia's time, that graph is just astounding from my perspective. The insight, if the ASO program, God forbid, didn't produce another thing, this, to me, this right here just is, how do you articulate the depth of what this is telling you as far as your operational models and such? It's insight and intelligence that just did not exist. Keep going, Olivia.
Great. And so now moving into where this all plays into the operation. So as I mentioned, we felt pretty confident in what our model was saying. So we felt good about what the runoff expectations would be for that model. So right here is our April through July runoff. And this is a product that we show in our board meetings that goes out to the public. And it gives a comparison of where the CNFRC, where DWR, and where our internal model is sitting, and then as it compares to ASO. Now within the Tuolumne, we have pretty good runoff efficiency. So we kind of see the ASO as that, as Stephen mentioned, the 99+% exceedance runoff condition. And because HFAM is able to ingest 16 days of forecast, and at this point, the forecasts were extremely dry. They were actually drier than the 90% exceedance. So that's where you see HFAM tending closer to that ASO value on its 90% exceedance projection, and why some of the others are a bit higher, because they didn't have that full 16-day outlook on it. And then when you look at the importance of having that forecast in there, especially on the 10% exceedance, because you get to bring in the entire range of what you might expect moving forward. And so where this goes into is for planning for risk adversity and communicating the risks to our farmers. So there's a lot of information on this. It's not to get into the details. It's more about the overall idea of what this does. This year, we, for the first time, did present a 100% exceedance, more 100% exceedance on the precip end. It doesn't fully represent 100% exceedance runoff, but it's the first time we've ever shown a no rainfall scenario. And based on what we saw in January and February, that actually didn't seem that far off from being probable moving forward. So this is what we presented to our board, and letting them know that if you make this irrigation decision, which is in red down below, and allocate that much water, this is the kind of carryover you might expect going into the next year. And it's better to make a decision based on that bottom end and have that, ensure that you will have that carryover, than to bet on it turning wet or being in that drier average, and instead take those as just icing on the cake for the next year to provide to allocations. And so I think this is really important. I think a key aspect too of this is we've now are in the third year of drought. Don Pedro is coming down. Another reason to look at that 100% exceedance is for grid reliability. So we don't want to be pulling Don Pedro down to the point where we no longer can generate. Although we have a water first priority, it's still an asset for us. And especially looking at what happened last week, where we broke a record on our load in the system, and we had to utilize Don Pedro in order to support the grid in general. It shows the importance of having that asset and planning to those lower bounds. And ASO was able to, is the reason we could actually plan to that value and trust in that 100% exceedance scenario. And just to kind of finish it off of what actually ended up happening, this is a comparison of what HFAM had modeled versus what was actually observed. So models in red, observed is in blue. And in the upper part, you can see overall, we were right. The volumes came in really close to be at 1.9% difference between simulated and observed. I think is impressive on my end. And then as we kind of looked at the spatial variation, there was some variability on the timing of that runoff. But overall, we did clock in the full volume properly. So that's where we see the total benefit of ASO and how it integrates into the operational framework that we already have and we've made investments into. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Wes to wrap it up.
So Olivia introduced Matt, and I can't say enough about him. He is a whiz with ArcMap. And so he was given some presentations. And this one here, on one hand, I got to laugh. I cannot tell you how many decisions we've made looking at one snow sensor for 1,500 square miles and looking at the density, and then looking at this graph here. The humor there is, it's just funny. However, Matt in his presentations, he came up with another revenue stream for ASO, and it's on competition with Dave Rizzardo's weather art. Now, I don't know that we're in the weather, but we're in the end result of weather. And so, Olivia, hit the next. It still hadn't come up. There we go. Go back. So Matt calls it the whale effect. And I could go into details, but it's complicated. And so if you've got any questions on the whale effect, you can, at the end of the presentation, there's Matt's email contact. But I'm sure the Smithsonian will be in contact, Tom, and I can take care of that.
I appreciate that.
And with that, we appreciate it. We thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I got a screenshot of that too, but I know Olivia will send the slides along. Oh, that's fantastic, you guys. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I had one real short one. What's the ratio of your storage capacity to your average yearly output?
So at least for our end, we usually don't like to compare to the average that we would normally be sitting at, just because sometimes it can cause a biasing based on, timing and year type. But normally, so right now we're sitting around 740 feet within the reservoir. Typically this time of year, we would be allowed to be at the 830 mark. So far below a full reservoir in the system. So over 1 million acre feet down.
And for those who are pretty new to this program, the Tuolumne, Dave referred to this earlier. The Tuolumne was the first basin that we flew, and we did the snow free collect in early August 2012. It coincided with the landing of the Curiosity rover on Mars, and so we didn't make much of a splash. In fact, the NASA headquarters and the JPL media office told us to go away. But then April 3rd, 2013, that was our first collect in the Tuolumne, and this is our 10th year of collects in the Tuolumne, so the most extensive record there. And I got to say that the TID and the Hetch Hetchy teams have jumped in from the very beginning to realize the value of the data, and likewise to communicate it to the community and really lead on many of those efforts. And so I think I know that the ASO team benefits enormously from those interactions over this last decade. And I think in California, it's been beneficial to others, and likewise carrying that further into Colorado and Wyoming and Norway and Switzerland and on and on. So, all right. No other comments or questions? All right. So next up is Scott Fenema from Reclamation. And Scott, I'll just steal a little of his thunder. He put the effort in this last year with the new U.S. congressional funding program, and really jumped in likewise with both feet to make this program happen in the Truckee and the Carson basins. And it was a fantastic collaboration with DWR as well. And despite it being the first year of the program, Scott still really pushed ahead with understanding the data and likewise benefiting from the experiences from those other basins. So Scott, let me shut up and I'll let you talk.
Sounds great. Well, thanks, Tom. Hey, all, I'm Scott Fenema. I work in the Truckee and Carson basins. I actually just recently switched houses from reclamation to the U.S. District Court Water Master's office. The project I'm going to talk to you about was funded by Reclamation and also a pretty amazing partnership with California Department of Water Resources. This project that I worked on was all about trying to collect ASO data and taking it as far as we possibly can. How can we integrate ASO data into Truckee and Carson Basin operations? So this year we were fortunate enough to collect 3 snow-on flights. 2 of those were funded by Reclamation, and the 1 snow-free and an additional snow-on flight was collected by DWR. Just a great partnership right from the beginning. Those 3 flights were collected in March, April, and May. Kind of through the presentation, I'll refer to those flights as the March, April, and May flights. All of them happen kind of towards the beginning of each month. So ASO data is amazing in itself, but one of the big questions we had is how do we extend this data? How do we look at it kind of from the left, look at it from the right, top down, and stretch it out so that we can actually take this data and put it into a better understanding of operations within our 2 river systems. So once we receive the data, so ASO plane, sorry, I lost my mouse, there we go. The ASO flight would take place, and then, you know, the team, Kat and the team would just be working long, late hours, crunching out the numbers, coming up and building a report. Once we would get that ASO report, we would take that data and try to extend it as much as possible. You know, some quick and easy things that we looked at were like runoff efficiency. You know, between our March and April flights, we actually received 0 precipitation, but we had runoff take place, so we can start calculating things like runoff efficiency and start asking questions like, do the current river forecast make sense with the efficiencies that we've seen? We were also able to take the data, put it into a HMS model, and generate runoff forecasts. But for this presentation, what I'm really going to be focusing on is this green arrow, or this green flow line of a partnership that we built with the California Nevada River Forecast Center that was gracious and kind enough to take the ASO data, update their models, and kick out a secondary ensemble forecast that I'm calling the ASO Informed Ensemble, or ASO Informed RFC Forecast. Using those ensembles, we could start comparing things like, how did the snowpack compare from Snow 17, which is used by RFC, to ASO's estimates of SWE values and total volumes within our basins? But it also allowed us to be able to take these ensemble forecasts and run them through an operations model. So let's just jump right into it. Let's talk about RFC integration of ASO data into the Truckee and Carson forecasts. So I believe on Wednesday, RFC is going to be presenting about exactly what they do. So I'm going to take a very quick and dirty approach to explain what Mike at California Nevada River Forecast Center did for us. So the RFC forecast uses a combination of a Snow 17 with a SAC SMA model. Snow 17 generates the snowpack and kind of melts the snowpack throughout the year. And the SAC SMA model kind of runs that off through the rivers to give us the river forecasts. Once the ASO data was collected, RFC would kick out a forecast, and we would send this, ASO data over to them, and Mike would adjust the snow cover area and the average SWE values within each of the basins. So essentially update the initial state of the model to match conditions on the ground better than what was being estimated by Snow 17. There, RFC would kick out a second forecast. So we would have a standard and an ASO informed RFC forecast. Along the way, Mike was kind enough to also share the Snow 17 model results. So we would have an estimate of what Snow 17 said the initial state of the basins were, and we'd have ASO's estimates of the state of the basin with SWE. We also compared, standard forecasting metrics like that April through July runoff forecast volume between RFC's 2 forecast and actual operations. So in this first slide, what I'm showing you is the comparison of SNO 17 estimated SWE to ASO's SWE measurements that they took in each flight. I'm showing you for 3 basins. First, the Truckee Basin, the Lake Tahoe Basin, which I know it's a little silly, Tahoe feeds into Truckee, but for forecasting purposes, we separate them, as well as the Carson Basin. Now on each of these plots, showing a dashed line, which is ASO's estimates of SWE compared to SNO 17. The blue is the March flight, gray is the April flight, and green is the March flight. Now for the Truckee Basin and Tahoe Basins, the March estimates of snowpack from SNO 17 matched pretty darn well to what ASO was estimating. In the Carson, it actually matched pretty well too. There's about a 30,000 acre-foot difference between the two. But as we step forward in time and moved into the April and also the May flights, there was larger and larger discrepancies between what SNO 17 was estimating and what ASO actually measured during the flights. Overall, SNO 17 performed well in March, but was under predicting snowpack or under predicting the total volume of water in the snowpack in April and May. So once Mike at RFC received this data, he kind of tweaked the knobs and churned it up a little bit to actually increase the snowpack within the basin to match what ASO measured. So essentially update that initial state of the model and let the model rerun to give us an estimate of runoff. Once we got those estimates, we then started comparing forecast metrics. Now the April through July runoff volume forecast in the Truckee Basin are incredibly critical. Those are the ones that we mainly use to make our decisions. I'm going to show you a comparison of 2 forecast points, one on the Truckee River at Ferret and then also at Lake Tahoe. And in both of these slides, we've got the March flight on the top left, April top right, May flight on the bottom left. Now, I am showing you the forecast spread from the ensemble traces for the normal ASO and NRCS forecasts from about the 70% exceedance all the way up to the 10% exceedance. These thick black lines are also showing the actual runoff volumes that we had this year, so we can compare these forecasts to the actual conditions. This year, we also took the ASO data and integrated it into a Truckee River HMS model. Now that HMS model that we used was kind of a model we had sitting on the shelf. It was already developed and calibrated for a very specific event in the past. And all we did was take the ASO data in it, plug it in, and hit play. We didn't calibrate or anything. So therefore, the model results from HMS weren't perfect, but it showed us, this gave us another tool to use to analyze the ASO data in the future. But getting back to the RFC forecast. So that first March forecast from the normal RFC, the normal standard RFC forecast, it slightly underestimated the actual runoff. So essentially the median, or that 50% exceedance, was slightly lower than actual. The ASO informed RFC forecast kind of shifted the span of the ensemble traces for the runoff volume up, and actually was that 50% exceedance was a little bit closer to actual median, and NRCS kind of under forecasted overall. But when we go to April, and April is when we had the biggest discrepancies between that SNO 17 estimated snowpack versus what ASO measured. That's where we start to see the biggest differences, and that ASO informed forecast is shifted up even higher compared to the normal RFC. And actually that ASO informed RFC forecast almost perfectly nailed that median forecast, almost perfectly nailed the actual runoff volume that we saw. Jumping down to the May flight, we saw the same trend, that the normal RFC forecast, which the SNO 17 model underestimated the amount of snow that was present, also underestimated the actual runoff volume that we saw at Ferret. Now at Lake Tahoe, we actually use a different forecasting method. The forecast we use is what we call as the gates closed rise. It essentially assumes if we go to Lake Tahoe on April 1st and we shut the gates, how much rise would Tahoe have before evaporative losses start overcoming inflow? So kind of from April 1st to the max rise. And that first flight, the normal RFC actually overestimated slightly, where the ASO informed RFC, that median, kind of right that middle between the gray and the yellowish color here, were a lot closer to what actually happened. Again, in April, ASO showed that there was more snow in the basin than what Snow 17 was estimating, but that actually led to an overestimation of what actually happened in terms of gates closed rise. Now in May, again, Snow 17 had less snow than what was measured by ASO, and that ASO informed RFC forecast actually got us in range of what actually occurred. Now, kind of the top part of the 10% exceedance actually captured the real gates closed rise on Lake Tahoe. So kind of the takeaway message for at least this year with this, approach of integrating ASO data into the RFC forecast, what we saw is that April through July runoff forecast performed better when ASO data was integrated in. Now, on the Truckee Basin, we have an operations model that's built in Riverware. And this model has the ability to take every single one of those ensemble traces from RFC, then run it through the operation model. Then once each trace is ran through the model, we then kind of slice and dice the data on a daily basis to say, what's the percent exceedance of certain factors like Lake Tahoe elevation on a given day. So for example, this red line down here is the 95% exceedance. So if we run all of the ensemble traces through the model, 95% of them exceed this elevation on this particular day. In this slide, as well as the next couple slides, what I'm showing is the results of the RFC forecast up top and the ASO informed RFC forecast on the bottom. This kind of annoyingly bright yellow color is showing the actual operations that took place. So using the ensemble, the standard RFC ensemble from like the May 13, 14 time period, what we found is running the ensemble through the forecast, we found that Tahoe is likely going to be lower than what actually took place this year. In fact, at the end of August, Tahoe elevation or Tahoe pool elevation was actually higher than the 5% exceedance of that standard RFC forecast. Taking that same forecast with the ASO data integrated into it, Tahoe actually matched up closer to that 20% exceedance, meaning that ASO kind of informed RFC forecast where the initial conditions are updated, led to a better model performance. Now in the Truckee Basin, there's kind of a really important gauge that kind of states whether there's enough water to meet all the water rights. That certain flow to meet all the water rights is called the Florestan rate. If there's enough water to meet the Florestan rate all year, water rights are not curtailed. If there's not enough water to meet Florestan rates, water rights are curtailed. Using just the standard RFC forecast, what we saw is about, 92% of the RFC traces said that we are going to be running out of water before September 30th. Once that ASO data was integrated into the model, so initial conditions upgraded, we actually saw the distribution of potentially running out of water is kind of spread out anywhere from the later end of September all the way through the end of October. Right now, we are forecasted to run out of that Florestan rate water on October 28th. So that, again, informing, updating those initial conditions, using that ASO data, produced a better model result that actually closer aligned to actual operations this year. Now, there's one more spot that I'd like to show kind of the operations on comparing the two forecasts. So the Truckee Canal is a kind of a critical piece of infrastructure on the Newlands project towards the bottom of the Truckee River. The purpose of the Truckee Canal is to divert water from the Truckee River to supplement water users in the Carson River. It's pretty contentious and it's made the news a few times, so I thought it'd be interesting to include it in here. So using the standard RFC forecast, the standard RFC forecast said that the Truckee Canal actually would probably have less water in kind of that June time period, but so it under forecasted, and it slightly over forecasted through August or so. But really one of the big takeaway messages is if we look at this end of September, early October time period, that standard RFC forecast integrated into the TROA ops model said that there was going to be a water limitation, meaning there's not enough water for the Truckee Canal to divert water towards the end of September. Once that ASO information was integrated in, kind of in this latter time period, it actually shows that the canal is staying on, Now, within the Truckee system, the Truckee Canal diverting water impacts a lot of water users. So integrating that ASO information, again, better predicted the way that operations are going to take place this year. Now, all of our forecasts at this point are showing that the canal is able to divert water all the way through October without having to shut off. So that additional information, updating that initial state, improved our operations model for this year. So in summary, we collected 3 snow-on flights over the Truckee and Carson basins. We looked at this data as many ways as we possibly could think of. We asked questions like, how's the runoff efficiency? Do these forecasts that we have actually make sense with the snow that's on the ground? And we were fortunate enough to partner with RFC, who then developed those 2 ensembles for us, the standard and the ASO integrated. And what we found is integrating that ASO data or updating the initial conditions in the RFC model using ASO data gave us a better result. It more closely simulated operations within the Truckee and Carson basins. Now, before I close out, I really want to thank a lot of different folks. You know, ASO is phenomenal. It's just taken all of our requests to slice and dice data and present it in different ways and making additional tables for us so that we can actually take this data, pass it off to the RFC and kind of expedite this process. You know, when it comes to collecting and curating and, you know, reformatting and integrating data, it really does take a village. One of the biggest partners that we had on this was the California Department of Water Resources as well. I am a strong proponent for Team Dave and RFC as well. Mike, thank you so much for all the time that you had to be able to do this work and help us out. So with that said, just want to thank you all for the time and let me talk to you about the cool project I got to work on this year. Does anyone have any questions?
Scott, that was fantastic. I'm glad I prefaced it the way I did, because you really did. I mean, you and all your collaborators really jumped in on this at the RFC and in your shop and with DWR as well.
No, it's been a pretty fantastic partnership. It's pretty cool when we all get to come at this from different angles for the same goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Chad, please ask away.
Yeah, great job, Scott. You know, in the Southern Sierra, I think we've found that the Snow 17 model overestimates snow, whereas you found that in the Truckee Carson Basin, it underestimated snow. And I don't particularly know, like, I couldn't tell you the nuances of like what elevation bands and what time of year, but sort of curious if you or any of the CNRFC team had ideas on why we're getting sort of different behavior of Snow 17 compared to ASO in, you know, like on the eastern side of the Sierras versus the west, north versus south, or if you had any other insights you could share.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Chad. So in the actual report that we're writing up about this work, one of the things that I noticed at least is that some of the in the RFC subbasins on the lower elevation basins, it was actually overestimated, but in the higher elevations, it was underestimated for us for this year. And overarching, it was underestimated as a snowpack as a whole, but it was pretty interesting just to see kind of that elevation breakup where on kind of the lower side, I think Snow 17 was overestimating. There was a couple, I think there was the April flight where ASO actually measured data in some of the basins where Snow 17 wasn't showing any snow as well. So there was some, you know, interesting results there, but I also, if I had to take a guess, I would say the rain shadow probably has a pretty big impact on it as well. Just we're on the east side of the Sierras. So.
And did you happen to notice anything with aspect? Like, was there any, did you look at it spatially? So did you have any idea of like whether that bias was restricted to a certain aspect?
You know, that's a good question. I did not. I didn't look at it closely enough to be able to answer it with any validity. A great question. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. We also have a question in the Q&A.
Yes, Babik. So Babik asked the question of, were there any new features added to the HEC HMS model to ingest ASO data? So in many ways, I feel very fortunate to be able to work on the Truckee Basin. One of them is that the Truckee Basin has been studied numerous times over. HMS is actually, the Hydrologic Engineering Center has been working on updating the snowmelt methods in HMS. And one of the models that they're using to validate that update to the snowmelt parameters is actually the Truckee Basin model. So HEC already has a pretty robust snowmelt routine, I guess you could say, built into the Truckee HMS model. So we were able to just drag and drop the ASO data into the HMS model. But with that said, I do want to note that like the model results this year using the HMS model were pretty far off. It would definitely take a decent amount of calibration to be able to get to the point where I could comfortably rely on those runoff volumes and runoff estimates using the HMS model.
Great.
Great. Well, thanks all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. And we're looking forward to having more years. Obviously, 1 year doesn't make all of those results transfer to other years. And so we'll be excited to see that continuing on out into the future. All right. Next up is Charles Johnck from the UBA. And Charles also was thrown to the wolves as a first year in using ASO data. And the UBA, in addition to the partnership with DWR, also brought funding to the program, really to get as many flights as possible. And it was great working with Charles this year in terms of his enthusiasm and what he brought to the interpretation. So, Charles, you ready to take it away? I think I saw your slides.
Can you see my screen there? Or?
Yep, there it is.
All right.
And can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Good morning. Good to be here. And yes, I'm senior hydrologist with UBA Water Agency. And I'm going to speak to you about the impact of the first ASO surveys on UBA Water Agency's operation this last spring. I'm going to walk you through a description of the agency facilities, our operating requirements, and how measurements of snowpack influence operational decisions this spring. So, starting off with the facilities and the watershed in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see the UBA watershed sandwiched in between the Big Feather and American. And in our facilities, we operate New Lords Bar Reservoir. The UBA watershed really is composed of the North, Middle, and South Yuba rivers. The North Yuba River flows into Lords Bar Reservoir, which is our main flood control water supply reservoir. We divert from that reservoir into the new Colgate Tunnel, which goes into New Colgate Powerhouse, and water is released back into the North Yuba River. It flows down to Englebright Reservoir, where the South Yuba River comes in there, and then into Englebright Reservoir, and then below Englebright we have Narrows 1 and Narrows 2 Powerhouse. Englebright Reservoir is really a regulating reservoir for us, and our in-stream flow requirements really apply to releases below Englebright, where we have a gauge called Smartsville gauge. And then from there, the river flows into the lower Yuba, past the Army Corps of Engineers, the Airpoint Dam, and down through Marysville, where it then meets the Feather River. And we have another compliance point called the Marysville gauge right before the confluence there. So the water agency operates by the UBA Accord. the UBA Accord is one of many agreements that provide operational guidance for surface and groundwater management for the agency. It was implemented in 2008. And it was a landmark agreement between conservation groups, federal and state agencies, irrigation districts, and the UBA Water. It's composed of 3 main agreements: the conjunctive use agreement, water purchase agreement, and the fisheries agreement. And within the fisheries agreement, there are flow schedules that govern the minimum in-stream flow requirements below Eagle Bright Dam, and so as well as at the confluence of Yuba and Feather River. So you can see that table there that shows what our in-stream flow requirements are, depending on the year and depending on the schedule. And so the flow schedules are based on what's called the North Yuba Index. And the North Yuba Index is calculated at the beginning of each month in the winter, February, March, April, and May. And that's composed of inflow to date into New Bullard Bar, and with the active New Bullard Bar storages, and then what the forecasted runoff from the B120 is. So we heavily rely on the B120 and what that forecast is to determine what our flow schedules are and our operating requirements. So now on to this last water year, or this water year, last spring. So I'm showing here a graph of one of our primary sites, Robinson Cow Camp Snow Course. This is a graph of snow water content and snow depth in inches. You can see the snow depth is the blue trace there, and snow water content is the black line that's filled in. This site is situated just north of the Sierra Buttes. There are 3 main snow courses that we survey alongside the South Feather, Water and Power. And so I'm just going to walk you through this year and our manual snow courses when the B120 came out, as well as the ASO surveys, and describe what our operations look like. So you can see, similar to most everybody in the state, we had the big December pulse, and then from there, snowpack declined throughout the winter. We came in February 27th with our first snow survey, measuring 122% of average, of the long-term average. And the following B120, that green box there, came out with a median forecast of 960,000 acre feet. This put us in a Schedule 2 flow requirement for our project. And then February came along, we got our measurement on the 24th, measured 87% of average SWE. And the B120 came out on March 8th, 650,000 acre feet, put us in Schedule 3, slightly higher flow requirement. And we got our first snow survey from ASO on the 25th. Very exciting day for us to be part of the program. And the total volume for the watershed was 263,000 acre feet. We then came in with our manual snow survey at the site again on the 30th, measuring 53% of average snow water content. And I'd say at this point in time, we were really concerned about the drought and water supplies. We supply water to 8 irrigation districts, north and south of the Yuba River. And last year, we had restrictions to those irrigation districts. And so, we're all concerned that we were about to lose our snowpack, as many did. And so so one thing that we've been doing, we've been having we have a collaboration with DWR, and we meet and discuss before the B120 comes out, what the likely forecast is going to be, and we start preparing accordingly. And it was looking like we'd be in a higher schedule going into the April B120. And so we had M3 Works run more of an informal update of the model on the 7th, which put us at 182,000 acre feet. So really, in between March 20, between the first ASO survey and the model and that model update, there's 81,000 acre feet of loss in the pack. And so DWR used this information to update their forecast, and the B120 came out on the 8th at 400,000 acre feet, putting us at a schedule 5. So this really, we thought was you could say a big win for us in that we were on the cusp of being a schedule 4 or schedule 5. And so this information, I think, really helps put us in a schedule where we're able to conserve 16,000 acre feet of water in the New Bullets Bar Reservoir. So just to continue throughout the rest of the year, ASO, we got a survey on the 24th after that big spring dump at 301,000 acre feet. We came in and surveyed on the 28th at 58% of SWE. ASO model run came in on 5/1 at 231,000 acre feet. The May B120 actually put us up on a higher schedule. Really, that the spring, that April storm events really boosted snowpack and storage. As you'll see, I have a graph of New Bullets Bar storage in a minute here. Putting us in a higher schedule 3. So, and we had one more flight on the 15th. It was 112,000 acre feet, and this course melted out for the end of May. However, there was still significant snow in the South Eagle Water shed, and so I think that last model run 35,000 acre feet shows really what the snowpack was then. Here are the 3 flights that we captured this year. Again, on March 25th, the 24th, and the 15th, starting at 263,000 acre feet, bumping up to 301 in April, and finally the 112 in May. One thing that it's really been helpful to us is the breakdown by sub-watershed in the basin. And so we're able to really look at what the contribution of snowpack is, to the North Yuba, which is where we operate New Bullets Bar Reservoir. In addition, while the South Yuba is really the water flows into NID and PG&E projects, so we can see potentially see what their operations may look like in the South Yuba. So all that impact on New Bullets Bar storage this year. Here's a graph of Bullards Bar. This is in acre feet capacity. This the purple line is our flood conservation curve. The green trace is what storage looks like in one of our wettest years, so 1982. the red trace is one of our driest years, 81, and the black line here is the current year. Currently at 655,000 acre feet, 105% of average. You can see we've been mostly above average for most of the water year, and you can see the December storm boosted us above average, and then again in April, and essentially following that average trace back to where we currently are today. Our end of September storage goals are to reach 650,000 acre feet. We're currently forecasted to come in around 630, 640. So really we're right where we want to be going into this next year. So really just in conclusion, the ASO data really helped us out this year by saving approximately 16,000 acre feet. That water was used for groundwater substitution transfer, which benefited other users in municipalities down the state. And yeah, looking forward to future involvement with the ASO. I'm excited to learn, what are the best ways to identify new ways to use this data that we're getting. So here's some pictures. Gotta give a shout out to all the snow surveyors, right? Without snow surveying, you wouldn't be able to get the accurate data that we do. That's all I got. Thanks.
And future snow scientists are on the right. Great, Charles. Thank you. Thanks so much for that, and really thanks again for your engagement during the year. You were there at all the meetings and really trying to get as much out of the this first year as possible. Are there any questions or comments? Let's see. All right. Well, I think, Liz, I'm going to turn it over to you. Charles, thanks so much. And we will move into the lunch hour. Liz, take it away.
Yeah, I think we're probably all ready for lunch. We will start up again at 1:15 Pacific time for a couple more talks this afternoon and a discussion session. So, thanks, everyone. See you in a bit.
All right. One more minute, thereabouts. Or reaching 50 attendees, which we have. All right. Kehan, if you want to go ahead and bring up your slides again. All right, great. And it's 4:20, or not 4:20, it's 4:20 here, 1:20 there. All right. So next up, we have a couple of research talks, and then we'll head into discussion. And so we will start with Kehan Yang, who just recently finished up the PhD at the University of Colorado with Noah Molich, and is now a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Washington in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, and has been already and continues to be a powerhouse with publications going out. And I owe her edits on one paper, which I'll try to get to tonight. So, at any rate, Kehan, take it away.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, everyone. Today, I'm going to present how we map snow cover on the mountains using high-resolution planet images and assess how accurately we can map snow in forests and meadows. Firstly, I want to acknowledge my co-authors and the funding source listed here. So mountain meadows and the forests are very important ecosystems, and they have plenty of functions. For example, meadows can reduce flow during floods and can store groundwaters. They are also critical habitats for many animals and plant species. In the Western United States, the amount of the snow and the snow cover duration has significant impacts on the meadow phenology and health. However, these meadows usually have a quite small size, so it's difficult to get accurate snow cover sequence using traditional satellites like MODIS or Landsat. Furthermore, from the meadows to forest edges, when approaching to the forest canopy edges, it becomes even more challenging to get snow cover information around the small forest tree gaps. So the questions we are interested to answer are, firstly, to what size can we map snow cover accurately for meadows? And how close to the forest edges can satellites observe snow cover? And to map snow cover in small meadows and forest gaps, we use the high-resolution planet images. It has a 3-meter spatial resolution and a daily coverage. So for those who don't know, Planet is a commercial company that launched many small satellites as shown in this video. They provide Earth observations at daily timescale. These satellites can provide RGB and near-infrared bands as shown in this left figure. Below is an example of planet images for the Tawami meadows. We can clearly see that they're like how snow covers over the time. Because planet images only have RGB and near-infrared, we can't apply the traditional NDSI to classify snow. And in this case, we developed a 3-step machine learning pipeline to map binary snow cover from the planet images. Firstly, we download and visually check the image quality, and then we masked out the clouds manually because planet satellites do not have the shortwave infrared band, so we usually use it to classify snow versus clouds. It is necessary to exclude the cloud images. Secondly, we applied a random forest model to train snow cover mapping model. I'm not going to talk about too much details about it today, but I'm happy to take any questions. And simply say what we did include, firstly, draw the regions of the interest ROI, and then we selected a clear sky image on May 28th, 2018. Because Planet has about 3-meter spatial resolution, it is still feasible for human eyes to identify snow pixels versus non-snow pixels. And the pixel mix issues only happens at the edge of the different land cover types. Then we rasterized these polygons and then grabbed the surface reflectance from the satellite images, including the RGB and the near-infrared. And then we trained the random forest model using these samples. After we got this model, we applied it to the entire image and then visually checked the mapping results. This whole process was repeated a couple of times until we get this final model. And the last step is the snow cover area evaluation. Because we don't have distributed high-resolution snow cover ground truth data, we use ASO snow depths as a reference to evaluate our model accuracy. Specifically, we applied 10 centimeter as a threshold to create a binary snow cover map from ASO snow depth data. So if the snow depth is higher than, is deeper than 10 centimeter, the pixel is seen as snow. And if the snow depth is lower than 10 centimeters, it is the non-snow pixel. And then we use this to create a binary snow cover map, which is used to as ground truth to evaluate a planet snow cover mapping result. And to examine the model performance, we selected 4 study sites where we can find both planet images and ASO snow depth observations. So 4 sites are the Tawami River Basin in the central Sierra Nevada, the San Joaquin Main Fork in the southern Sierra Nevada, and the Gunnison East River in the central Rocky Mountains of Colorado. And the last one is England Valley in the eastern Swiss Alps. We choose these 4 sites because they span a wide elevation range. It has a very diverse terrain features and forest coverage. So we used F1 score to represent the overall model classification accuracy. F1 is the harmonic mean of precision and recall. So it accounts for both commission and omission errors. We will expect to see a lower F1 score when either precision or recall is low. Then when F1 score approaches 1, the model had a better performance. And the precision is used to test the commission errors, and the recall is used to test the omission errors in the classification. Say both ranges from 0 to 1, when 1 represents the best, 0 is the worst. So for the 4 sites with about 100 planet images, the median F score we got is about 0.75, median precision is 0.92, and the median recall is 0.70, which is comparable with previous studies using more complex machine learning models for planet snow cover mapping. And if we compare the recall values and the precision values, we can see that the precision generally is higher than the recall values, indicating that the overall the false negative is higher than the false positive, meaning the model generally has an overall negative bias, which is quite reasonable as ASO LiDAR snow depth observations can penetrate the tree canopy to see the snow on the ground, while the planet optical sensors can only observe the above canopy image. And this could result in a big negative bias in forest regions. Then we looked at the model performance in meadows. We used the University of California Davis meadow extent that includes all the meadows larger than 1 acre for the entire Sierra Nevada, and the yellow polygons in this figure shows all the meadows extents in the Tuolumne and the San Juan Key study sites. Because we do not have meadow data for the other 2 sites, we only examined the scar accuracy for meadows in these 2 sites. So we assume that both meadow size and meadow shape complexity will impact snow cover accuracy. Because as you can see in these 2 figures, most of the snow mapping errors could come from the pixels located at these edges where we expect to see more tree shadows and mixed pixels. So if the meadow is smaller, a higher portion of the pixels will be located at these edges, which could result in a lower snow cover mapping accuracy. And similarly, when 2 meadows have similar size, a more complex shape could also lead to a higher portion of the pixels located at those edges and shown by this right figure, which will finally result in a lower snow cover mapping accuracy. Here we introduced a new variable, the perimeter by area, to represent the meadow shape complexity. And the perimeter is used to quantitatively represent how many forest edges one meadow has. So the result here shows the relationships between F1 score, which we use to represent meadow mapping accuracy, with the meadow size in the left figure and the shape complexity in the right figure. So basically, we can see the F1 score significantly increases with the increase of the meadow size. And on average, snow cover in a meadow with a size of about 25 acre is like 16 more accurate than 1 acre meadow. And in the right figure here, if the F1 score is also significantly decreases with the increase of the meadow shape complexity, take the first and the last shape complexity category as examples, the difference of these 2 categories is about 21%. And from the meadows to forest, we are also interested to estimate like the possibility of the planet observing snow cover in forest edges and also in even much smaller forest gaps. Here we can see like for some gaps, the model can still estimate snow cover in these very small forest gaps, but we curious to know how accurate that is. So to estimate the possibility of planet snow cover mapping in forests, we introduced a new matrix called the distance to canopy edge. We used the method developed by Rizzardo et al. 2019. It was created based on the canopy height model, and it is used to represent how far away the target pixel is from the canopy edge. So positive values generally means in the open and further away from canopies, while the negative values represent the pixels under the tree cluster. So based on the distance to canopy edge, we classified the study area into some categories listed in this table, from outside forest, larger, medium, with forest clusters. So here shows the continuous evaluation of model accuracy based on the distance to canopy edge. So from under canopy to outside the forests, F1 score generally has increased the trend for all the 4 study sites. And for the under canopy proportion, as we did not expect planet optical images to see snow here, not surprisingly, the F1 score is very low. And we are more interested to estimate like the size of this transition zone, where we see a dramatic increase of F1 score. And the size of this transition zone is about 3 to 4 pixels, equivalent to about 10 meters, where the model performance is largely impacted by those mixed pixels as well as the shadow problems. When the distance is larger than 10 meters, the model performance remains quite stable. So although many other factors may influence the snow cover accuracy, for satellites like Planet at 3 meter spatial resolution, we are confident to say that they can provide a very accurate snow cover information at least 10 meters, for the regions at least 10 meters away from the forest edges. And if we look at the average accuracy for each category, even though there are some regional differences, the changing pattern of F1 score is also quite similar. And the model had the worst performance for these forest clusters and the forest edges, and it shows the best performance for the large gaps and outside the forest. So it shows possibility to map snow cover in very small forest gaps, like for those about 1 to 3 pixels small gap, it has a F1 score higher than 0.6 or maybe 7. But we could expect to see higher uncertainty in smaller gaps and better performance in larger gaps. Overall, snow cover, the area is like about 80% more accurate in large gaps than in small gaps. So to summarize, in this study, we developed a lightweight machine learning pipeline to map snow cover using planet images, and it shows very high transformability in time and space and can be adapted globally. And the model has an overall accuracy of 0.75, evaluated by the ASO snow depth data. Metal size and shape complexity impact snow cover mapping accuracy. Snow cover mapping is more accurate in metals that are larger and simpler in shape. And for planet satellite imagery at 3 meter spatial resolution, snow cover information is more accurately estimated for areas that are more than 10 meters away from the canopy edge. Yes, that's all for me today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. And spot on, 15 minutes. Thanks, Kehan.
Yeah.
Any questions?
A couple that popped up in the Q&A. Jeff Dozier asks, could you mask the clouds using the time series of the daily planet data? Manually masking the clouds limits the scalability of the technique.
I think so. For the planet products, they provide us an estimate of the snow cover. Sorry, it's for cloud cover for each image. So we can select like a threshold to select the images we want to use. But so but they did not use the planet image itself to get access cloud mask. They may rely on like models images to draw these cloud masks. And I think manually masking, yes, manually masking the clouds limits the scalability of the technique, yes. And that one reason I use the manual masking is I did not trust the data they provide. Even I select like 0 or 5% of the cloud cover, there we can still find some small clouds like in the snow cover on the image. So I manually double check the clouds, the images each sense. But for to produce the snow cover mapping, I think more like a pipeline, I think we can use this threshold provided by Planet to select the images. Yes, they provide a threshold. There's a cloud cover percentage for each image.
Great. And Liz says, nice work. Has there been any field work to support the model validation?
No. Hopefully we can find some field data in the future, but right now we don't have any field work to support.
All right. And there's also a question from Kat. Do you want to ask your question?
Sure. I was just nice talk. Thanks for showing us your work. I was just gonna ask you, are you using the 3 meter snow depth data from ASO?
Yeah.
Cool. And why did you choose 10 centimeters to chop off 10 centimeters off the bottom of the 3 meter snow depth?
So I do not hear your first question. I use a 3 meter snow depth, not. Oh, you mean 10 centimeters threshold?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So that is from previous review, papers. They tested the sensibility of using different threshold, and they found that the 10 centimeter is the best match between the ASO snow depths derived snow cover versus the Planet snow cover. And also from the Tom's paper, the LiDAR snow depth has about 10 centimeter uncertainty. I think probably it's a very good value for the snow cover mapping from the snow depth data.
Yeah, interesting. I thought it'd be a bit lower than that, but that's cool. Thanks.
Well, and that's based on our publications and the other ones coming before, and what we've been finding, and we've been revising our uncertainty estimates. They're really down more along the lines of 5 centimeters. So when you get down to a 5 centimeter depth at a 3 meter posting, there's a very good chance you're going to be having patchy snow. So that saves some of the hassle of that noise.
Yeah, totally.
So, yeah.
I mean, 5 centimeters.
Thank you.
Just
yeah, it's a very shallow.
All right, great. Kehan, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. All right. Next up is Alina Cansler from the University of Washington, and looking at the impacts of the 2020 creek fire on the forests.
Hi folks, my name is Alina Cansler. I'm a research scientist at the University of Washington in the School of Environmental and Forest Science at the Forest Resilience Lab. We are involved in a multi-year, pretty complex problem, a project looking at the 2020 creek fire, which burned in the southern Sierra Nevada in the San Joaquin watershed. This talk is really going to be focusing on fire and forests and forest stand structure change. We are using data as you'll hear about from the aerial snow survey. So, oops, hang on, my slides aren't moving forward. Let me see. Okay, there we go. And I just want to, put some context. I'm a research scientist and was a postdoctoral researcher and moved into a more permanent position with the Forest Resilience Lab, which is run by Dr. Van Kane. And we've got a number of graduate students working on all sorts of different forest ecology and forest management issues and problems, but using high resolution remote sensing data from LiDAR in conjunction with other data sources to address these questions. With a lot of that work happening in the Sierra Nevada, as well as Oregon and Washington in the Cascades. I am also moving into a tenure track professor position at University of Montana starting in January, and I will be recruiting students. So if this sounds like it's up anyone's alley and of interest and you are looking to go to graduate school as a master's or PhD student, feel free to reach out to me.
Advertise all you want.
Okay, please. So we've got this project that kind of came about unexpectedly, in that our group had collected and been involved in the collection of LiDAR data in mixed conifer forests, so the low to mid elevations in the southern Sierra Nevada, for forest management purposes, to help inform what type of fuel treatments and forest management treatments might be used to prevent a high severity fire. And lo and behold, the same season we collected the LiDAR data, and it was collected, to improve forest management, a really large fire burned through a big part of that LiDAR acquisition. So we had pre-fire LiDAR data, and then we actually kind of moved into assisting with the fire response for the 2020 Creek Fire, like providing some LiDAR data to help with post-fire management and getting it processed quickly. But this fire was pretty significant in that it started, can you guys see my cursor or not? If I move it? No, okay, then I'll just use words. So it started in this bluer part, that's the earlier part of the fire, and that's the lower elevation forest. And over just a few days, it blew up and became very, very big, and it moved up through the municipal watershed for San Joaquin, and had a lot of impacts on homes, threatened power structures. And then after those big days of growth, it just kept going until there was a season-ending event. So we quickly pivoted some of the work we were planning on doing on forest stand structure and forest management to looking at this fire response. And fortunately, I had joined the team, and I'm a fire ecologist, so I sort of took on part of this project. And then since then, there was post-fire LiDAR data collected through the aerial snow survey for the whole fire area. So our pre-fire LiDAR is just in the lower elevations, doesn't really go up into the high elevation forests, and we have post-fire LiDAR from the aerial snow survey. And so we are looking at a few, different questions, but the one we started with was, how can we predict the severity and the effects of this fire using Landsat satellite data? And since we've gotten post-fire data and additional funding, we're now trying to look at the change in the fire using the pre-fire and post-fire LiDAR. So using LiDAR to detect change and predicting the severity effects. So I'm just going to give you today some of our preliminary results for one little piece of this larger overall study. So for context, we've got a three-part study. One is modeling the severity of the fire over the whole landscape, making use of both satellite data and LiDAR data to understand the effects of the fire. A second question, which we will probably be able to talk about at some future date, and the work is just really getting started on this, is understanding how forest structures and fuel structures led to the survival and destruction of homes within the fire, using high resolution LiDAR data to understand the fuel complexes around homes, as well as some pretty sophisticated fire weather data to do that as well. And then the third part of this study is putting this all together into kind of a management framework to inform management on these landscapes. And so I'm really highlighting the first part of this study right here, which is how did pre-fire and post-fire conditions and how did the landscape and the fuels and the weather relate to the changes caused by the fire. And in particular, right now where we're at is we've looked at pre-fire LiDAR and post-fire LiDAR, and are really looking at how that relates to Landsat burn severity to try to give a little bit more meaning to these Landsat indices, which we have for the whole fire area, whereas our LiDAR detected change only covers the sort of part of the fire. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how LiDAR can inform our understanding of satellite burn severity indices, especially when we have multi-temporal LiDAR. And we looked at 4 types of change in the forest canopy cover using the LiDAR. We looked at the proportional loss of proportional canopy cover. So from the LiDAR, we calculated what proportion was vegetation or canopy cover above the ground, what proportion of each 30-meter area, and then we looked at the proportional change. So if there was 50% canopy cover and all of it was lost, that would be 100% change. A slightly different metric is the absolute loss in proportional canopy cover. So if you had 50% canopy cover and you lost 25%, that would be a 25% absolute decrease as opposed to a 50% proportional loss. So these are just different ways of calculating change in the vegetation cover over time. We also looked at change in the volume under the canopy surface model, because that's more of a holistic volume attribute of the cover. And then finally, this work is not yet done, it's in progress, but we're going to work on change in live basal area and numbers of trees. And I'll get into what we're planning on doing that a little bit in the presentation. Now, from a satellite perspective, the best way to detect in a consistent manner change from fire is using the near and mid infrared bands, which are sensitive to changes in live vegetation as well as charcoal, increase in charcoal on the surface. So those bands change in reflectance based on those types of fire cause changes. There's 3 different indices now in use that all use a multi-temporal band-based approach using the near and mid-infrared bands. The first one that was developed is the first one I've listed here, the difference normalized burn ratio. And it's basically the difference between the near and mid-infrared bands before the fire compared to the difference in the near and mid-infrared bands after the fire. These other 2, RDMBR and RBR, simply relativize in different ways by the pre-fire reflectance. That said, I've done a number of past validations using these indices, and they tend to perform pretty similarly. And that makes sense because they're basically drawing their different calculations based on the same changes in reflectance. And so I used a regression-based approach to compare the top LiDAR measured changes to the bottom satellite measured changes. And there's a couple different purposes here. One is to apply a transformation to the LiDAR data that is ecologically meaningful to the areas that we don't have pre and post fire LiDAR data. The second is to produce a statistical model that could be applied to other fires in the same region with similar vegetation types that may have occurred since this fire or before. And finally, to understand and have some meaning and interpretation of the satellite fire severity indices and what they mean for the vegetation. So I'm going to get straight to results here so we can have some time for discussion. And of these 3 indices, the original one that wasn't transformed in any way based on pre-fire reflectance consistently worked better across different LiDAR-based measurements of severity. And that's DMBR, the difference normalized burn ratio. And it really had a very linear relationship with some of the measures of canopy cover change. This one that's been made and used a lot for post-fire measurements of change the relative difference normalized burn ratio really had a lot of noise, no matter how we parameterized the relationship or what type of regression we tried to put through it. And that's because it tends to produce really extreme values based on a transformation that divides the main values by the square root. So it can really create these extreme tails. And, you know, this other one, the RBR, performed pretty well as well. But let's talk about what these actually mean. And this was kind of interesting to me because most of the interpretation in the literature up to date has really interpreted changes in Landsat, Landsat-based burn severity indices as a relative change. So what proportion, like the proportion of canopy cover loss. So like a 50% of the canopy cover that was there before, that would be the highest severity. But what we found was that they had a much, all of the indices, but I'm going to focus on DMBR here because it works best, had a much better relationship with an absolute change in canopy cover. And when we looked at the absolute change, which is shown on your left here, it had a high R squared and a very linear relationship. When we looked at a relative proportional canopy cover loss, you can see the highest values, 100% canopy cover loss, overlap in the values from the index of 0% canopy cover loss, which would mean that there's certain portions of the fire that are mapped where you really don't know if it was 100% or 0% canopy cover change. You know, we don't know if this burned severely or didn't burn at all, basically. And then in terms of the canopy volume, the relationship was decent, but not quite as informative or well fit as just the difference in canopy cover. So you'll notice that this relationship, while we have a linear relationship and a good regression that fits it, the R squared is still only 0.64, and that's actually in line with previous studies using other field validation methods where you go out and put plots in and visually observe the amount of change. That's very similar to what other studies have found. And I think we've got to recognize satellite-based indices just have their inherent uncertainty based on 30-meter resolution and their reliance on reflectance values. But what does that translate to in terms of actual mapping of the fire effects? And for those of you using this for other applications, this might be something you want to think of in terms of uncertainty in your predictions of the, you know, hydrological or habitat effects of a fire and the changes it causes. So these are 3 maps. The middle one is, let me go back, is based on just this middle predicted values. And then the one on the right is going to be the upper bounds, and the one on the left is going to be the lower bounds. And you can see with that uncertainty in these relationships in terms of the actual change, there's quite a lot of uncertainty in what is mapped on the ground. So, you know, I think this one tells us the value of actually measuring the forest structure with LiDAR data or high resolution data, as opposed to making interpolations based on Landsat or other coarser resolution spectral indices. And it also tells us something about inferences about patch structure. You look at these and these have very different patch structures on the landscape, and those patch structures for forest management are really important for like where you might want to target post-fire planting of trees where there might be limitations in seed source. So there's just a lot of uncertainty in the predictions, and there's some places where we could be certain there's very few post-fire seed sources and there's a need for post-fire planting, and other places where we have a lot less certainty. Okay. And I just wanted to give you one comparison to another index as well, and that's the composite burn index. This is a field-based measurement of fire severity. And in this case, we've used algorithm developed by Sean Parks using Landsat data that uses more than just pre-fire and post-fire reflectance. It also uses latitude and pre-fire NDVI and a few other predictors to map fire severity. And from a composite burn index perspective, most of this fire would be classified as having burned with high severity, which we typically think of being over 75 or 70 to 75% proportional canopy cover loss. But when we use the LiDAR data and this relationship with the LiDAR data, we get a more detailed map that shows us that the most extreme effects where there's no canopy, very little canopy cover left, are more limited. So I think both these indices can be informative in terms of the fire effects, but they're telling us really different information. One's telling us the overall severity was very high, but the other one's telling us something about the residual forest structure. And I'm just gonna say that this work is in progress. We're in the middle of a whole lot of other steps of this project. In terms of relating LiDAR-based measurements to forest structure data, we are still working on changes in canopy structure, and there was a lot of interest from the managers in what happened in the understory, whether in the places where the fire burned with lower Landsat-based sense severity, there were actually reductions in fuel continuity, in the vertical continuity of fuels. So whether it worked as a fuel treatment and decreased shrub cover and increased canopy base height. So we're going to look at that using the LiDAR data from after the fire. And then we're also really excited to be able to use some methods that Liz Van Weynkendonck's been developing to look at changes in live to dead trees, whether it's basal area or number of trees. We're using post-fire imagery from the Aero Snow Observatory, and it's currently being processed to be orthorectified to the canopy surface model. And then we'll be classifying whether tree approximate objects detected in the LiDAR are live or dead after the fire. We've already done this work using LiDAR intensity data for before the fire. And that will help us get changes in live canopy cover from before and after the fire. And that's probably going to be the best measure of the actual fire effects, is how many trees went from live to dead and what size were they. And so we'll be looking at these changes in individual trees from live to dead categories and what that means for the changes in basal area and carbon on the fire. We'll be able to relate that to satellite indices. And then the other piece of this project is doing predictive modeling of those fire effects, both the LiDAR-based fire effects and over the whole fire, the satellite detected fire effects. So I'm in the middle of doing predictive modeling of what drove the severity of the creek fire. And we're also taking that modeling and specifically looking at treatment effectiveness in conjunction with managers at CAL FIRE. And then that third piece, the wildland urban interface impacts, we're using mostly the pre-fire LiDAR data to look at vertical and horizontal fuel structure in 2 and 3 dimensions around homes to predict whether or not homes were destroyed or survived during the creek fire. And I wanted to leave some time for questions and discussions, so I leave you with a picture of the fire effects in looking down into the San Joaquin watershed the year after the fire.
All right, thank you, Alina. First of all, let me apologize. I was juggling 3 things when I said Allie, so my apologies.
That's okay.
Ah, God. And it's funny when just a couple people in the crowd know, oh, he just said the wrong name. Have that straightened. I just want to kick it off with one question that I always have about the satellite indices, and that's how well constrained is the solar geometry and the view geometry for the Landsat retrievals? So we've got pre and post fire. Are we looking at the same solar geometry? Are we looking at the same phase of solar and sensor? Or are we making assumptions about the Lambertian nature of the surface, which obviously with vegetation is wrong, and but hard to get around without structure information itself constraining the satellite retrieval?
That's a good question. I think I'm not sure if the images are taken at the same time or not. I know they're aligned with each other, so someone else may know the answer to that question. I do know the National Burn Severity Mapping Program, the Monitoring Trends in Burn Severity Program, over time, if you look at their whole temporal record, they are willing to take images from different satellites over time, and there are some differences. So your pre-fire image may come from one satellite, and your post-fire image may come from another. The method we used here uses an image stacking process in Google Earth Engine to take a seasonal average, which has been shown to slightly improve the relationships because it's averaging out errors. So that helps. But I do think there's a lot of reasons why interpretation of these satellite indices is somewhat fraught. And one we're probably going to need to poke at a little more is this: just how much pre-fire cover was there and what does it mean for an absolute change? Mm-hmm. All these RDMBR and RBR were all built to try to deal with differences in pre-fire cover, but we're thinking if we can just add pre-fire cover as a predictor in the model, we might get a more informative answer. So that's something else we're considering. But unfortunately, I don't know the actual answer to your question. So maybe someone else in the audience does. That would be good.
Well, it's something that we always deal with snow as well.
Yeah.
And directional reflectance effects.
Yeah, we've got, different cloud cover and atmospheric conditions can impact this as well. And, we're hoping that Google Earth, that stacking of images in Google Earth Engine is helping with those scene comparison issues a little bit, but it's still there. So.
Yeah. Others? All right. Well, I know that the M3 Works partners of ours have used the Landsat Severity Index in some of the modeling, and so I want us to come back to that in the discussion. It's a really important topic, and we have colleagues who may have stayed on from Switzerland. No, it looks like he's gotten off, but at any rate, it's a really important component of modeling these days when you have access to these kinds of data in some places and not in others, which is at the core of your presentation, and how do you deal with it? So.
And I generally think we can transform the index into something that's more physically meaningful. And there's other ways to do that with Landsat, like with tassel cap, transformations and stuff like that. But thinking about what do you actually want to measure, and can you build a relationship with the data that you have and the satellite data to get at what you really think is important is, I think, a good approach.
Right. Fantastic. Okay, my last point is publish like crazy right now before you start your faculty position.
I know. I'm trying to get all the analyses done and everything lined up so I can just bat them off,
Yes.
So, yeah.
All right. Okay, Liz.
All right.
Liz Carey, that is, although it looks like like Liz Van Wagdendonk put a comment in here.
Yeah, which we can either continue with, or we can take a quick break and come back to after the break.
Yeah, why don't we take a break and then we can come back to it.
Okay. Why don't we do a quick 5-minute break and come back at 2:10 Pacific time?
And I'm not going to be able to stay around for questions, but I know Liz is and some others, so they can pass anything on to me they can address. So thank you.
All right.
Sounds
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Back. Okay, welcome back. Had to make sure that got recorded. I think we'll have about a 50-minute discussion. Don't want to burn everybody out and go late on day one. Let's see that. So we have a couple of concepts that we've talked about today that we were thinking warranted further discussion. And it would be great if panelists or attendees can also throw in their ideas into the Q&A or chat. But the starting to I just mentioned one with the remote sensing, the satellite severity index, and the constraint of the snowpack model with that. And the other is that which was raised by Dave Rizzardo and Steve Haugen and Stephen Ho. And that relates to the flight cadence. And so with the program in California, and this is actually the case in Colorado, Norway, etc., as the program continues to build. How do you choreograph the 4 collects? And then once we get to the larger program, how do you choreograph the 8 to 10 collects that may be funded at the full build out? So obviously the as all 3 of them were showing earlier, the early flight, the early collects really provide a strong update to the model states. And so that needs to happen. And if we look at the underpinnings of that 8 to 10 acquisitions per year, that comes from a couple of works. One is the Hedrick et al. Paper in WRR in 2018, if I remember off the top of my head. And that was based on the NASA era collects over the Tuolumne, in which we had 8 to 10 collects, maybe 6 to 10 collects during the season. And with those, we were able to see how the distribution of snow depth and snow water equivalent held true in the model with respect to the frequency of updates. And that really speaks to 2 items. One is simply model accuracy, and the second then is coming precipitation, post acquisition and post model update. And those are two issues that we juggle all the time. And frequently you'll see for instance, in the 90 to 10% exceedances, largely that is speaking to uncertainties in the precipitation and not speaking to the uncertainty in the model states. But so critical to what we do is an update to the model state itself. And so Wes, I'm not sure you're muted and your video is not on, but I want to rope you into this discussion as well, because you have at times said you want to see regular acquisitions, and then you want the planes to be available to go target pre and post snowfall events. And that's functionally a first order update to the model after those precip events. So at any rate, I'm throwing breadcrumbs out there for the input, and I know that many of you have thoughts on this, have spent a lot of time thinking about it, and may well have strong opinions for the 4-flight season that's upcoming in California, and then likewise heading out into the future. How do we handle the greater density of acquisitions? So I'm going to stop, and I'm going to pass it to Dave, because I can see Dave and I can't see whether Wes is there.
That's the way to do it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's where we're at now as a program versus where we want to be on, from, that's our limitation. I refer back to the comments this morning, and, this relationship now with this water supply strategy that the governor's released and our director referenced, and I showed the slides for. Also, how did we get to finally first ever having our first ever baseline funding? Well, all those are tied to the promise that better data leads to better forecasts. And I mention that because as far as who's contributing the money to us, in terms of the state, the reason for why we're getting the money, and clearly the direction we have moving forward with the strategy is to use better data to improve forecasts. So with only 4 flights, we would be really hard pressed to explain why we didn't use them to get the models right as early as possible. So I think there'll be a little bit less flexibility in input this year, whereas last year it was like, okay, we got 4 flights, when would you like to use them? Part of that was we didn't have a contract in place until February, so we never had the choice of a January flight. Maybe I'm seeing a way around this. No, I'm just kidding. So, when I say less flexibility this year, it's going to have to be a compelling reason why we don't get a flight in January. Once we get the contract in place, well before then, and to get the models dialed in earlier, which means we have less flexibility throughout the season. We've only got, up to 3 flights thereafter. Once it's great to get the funding, it's great to have a baseline funding, but then you also have to be accountable for it and point back to why you were justified getting it. And so, it's like, well, why weren't the models better in February? Well, we decided not to use the flights till later. That would be a big facepalm. So we're still in this awkward situation where we really don't have the frequency of the flights, as we've all talked about, not just to keep the model constrained throughout and all those other benefits that we've talked about, but just even 5 flights compared to 4, even 6 flights compared to 4, gives us so much more flexibility, right? Where we don't have to worry about this balancing the benefits of getting the model correct in the onset versus being able to sustain its effectiveness throughout. But anyway, that's the perspective I share on that right now, Tom, is, it's the right decision model-wise. It puts constraints on us program-wise, but, I think if we want to continue to show that money put in our hands to run a viable project, we're making the right prudent decision, I think we need to steer towards that earlier flight. Now, it sounded like, just hearing from Stephen and Steve Haugen, they're right there with it, talking about, hey, that first flight. So, and even Scott, it's funny because Scott and I were sharing emails a little bit back and forth about what to expect in the Truckee and the Carson this year. just kind of reiterates that point that, we as a program on the DWR side, we can make so many guesses and estimates and everything else about how this program can move forward and its effectiveness, but it's really their input. It's their expertise, it's their guidance, which allows us to really spell out the effectiveness of it, but also make it much more effective across the board. Otherwise, we're kind of guessing. I learned more about onion crops today than I ever have in my life, but these are the kind of things that actually are important, and it's it's interesting because I think 10 years ago we got in a discussion about early season ag demands or ag demands throughout and this and that. You might have seen the reaction from our team as sort of like, hey, we can't get caught up in the water management side, we need to be independent and all that. But the world's changed that way, and now I think we really do have to understand all this a lot more than we ever did before on the forecasting side, not to influence the forecast, but to make sure we're using the data and these models the most effective way. Anyway, I'll pause right there. So, oh, look, Matt, talk about.
So I'm gonna have to jump out of here. Yeah, I'm the rotten tomato in the group. Yeah,
jump in.
And so, I guess in my understanding, I'm a forestry guy. High elevation mountain person, and now I'm learning about all of these crop things as well. And it's interesting to think about when we can use water for all of the different programs that DWR is working on. We had the flood mar stuff. When can we flood irrigate 150,000 acres in a pinch? So it kind of trickles into all of these different things when we're thinking about what is the new toolkit. So anyway, I think I'll leave it at that, and I'll talk to everyone later.
Thanks, Matt. So I wanted to throw in that we've the only months in which we have not flown snow on are September through December. And not one of those has been a fluffy, wasteful flight at all. Perhaps the most surprising one is the August collect, but that was in 2017, and that was a really important flight, and in the Southern Sierra, and so of course, there's, as you were describing, we've got the fire updates to deal with during the September to December timeframe, but snow on, we got 8 months over which to deal. Obviously not in every year, but in some years, and especially with the how mightily the hydrologic system is swinging, we may well be doing that with some frequency. If Mike is right about the PDO shifting, we could head back into strong precip years. So yes, but hopefully not the monster one for the Central Valley.
Yeah, I'd like to stop setting personal career records in terms of extremes on either end. That would be great.
Yes. Yeah. Kat and Micah and Mark. Can we free you?
I already jumped right up, so I can do the Micah talking.
Great.
Yeah. Did you have something specific in mind? I mean, I have some thoughts about what we were just saying, but
yeah, no, about that very topic.
Yeah. This year, I think we've heard from a couple people provided a lot of lessons across both the accumulation and the meltout period, which for us is kind of like a buffet of things we can start to work on. The precip in the early year was really interesting because initially we started looking at that big storm toward the end of December and thought, you know, maybe we're starting to see a bias in some of the input data that we're using. And maybe that's going to continue. Looking back at the year, the spring, we really did a great job, or the input data did a great job of capturing the precip. But what that seems to suggest is that a large short event like that can really have errors that are compounding. Whereas when we string out a few precip events, the errors maybe cancel out a bit more.
Right.
So, you know, that paper you were talking about earlier, the Andrew Hedrick 2018 WRR paper, showed that the first flight is definitely the most important flight. The other flights keep the model on track. That first flight kind of snap us to reality. And in a year with extreme precip like we saw, that we don't really know prior to the flight how the model's tracking. Even if we look good at the stations, it could be that we're off by a significant amount. So yeah, that first flight, I mean, we're always a big proponent of it.
Yeah, so that the first, just a few thoughts from following on what Micah just said. The first flight, so Andrew's study was looking at that period before 2018 where we were flying sort of starting in March. So we were flying already after the peak or sort of close to the peak. And so if we move the date forward, then we're going to be sort of on the other side of the peak. And so it probably will have less impact going forward the first update, but the model will be better constrained early on, which I think can only be a good thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Kat. The Hedrick et al. Paper that we in the NASA days, we were really looking at the snowmelt season and trying to hit our first flight at peak SWE, and each of the precip events before that essentially represent opportunities for actual precip to escape the accurate eyes of the modeling. And so having that, having a non-trivial cadence during the accumulation season will remain important, and it's not necessarily going to be the case that only the first update has that jump in the R squared. Yeah, that's a really good point.
I'll pile on to that a little bit. Sorry. Get the microphone in place. I think this discussion so far is really kind of concentrated on a California climate, or at least a typical California climate, where there's not typically a significant fraction of the total annual SWE accumulating in the springtime. And so that's one area where I think the time is ripe, given the increasing number of data acquisitions in Colorado, as well as ongoing model activities there, to repeat a study such as the Hedrick paper in a different snow climate. And I think what we're going to find, or I will maybe hypothesize, that given some large precip events in the springtime, large snowfall events in the springtime, that we're likely to see some big model state update deltas from those later season flights as well. So it may decrease some of the importance of the early season flights, but as you just mentioned, Tom, that having the model in a good state before a precip event comes in is also beneficial. So I think it will draw the importance of the late season flights in a place like Colorado into even greater importance. That's one thing we struggle with in Colorado now, is that the program is a few years behind the California program in terms of the number of flights per basin. And typically we're looking at 2 flights per year. And so with 2 flights, we're kind of, okay, aiming for April 1st-ish, whatever peaks we might be. And then the second flight sometime during the melt season. And that sometime kind of varies by basin and by operation and by the distribution of snow pillows within those basins. So there's some basins where all the snow pillows or the snow pillow is at a particular elevation, and it's, you know, fairly easy to say, okay, well, let's target the later flight as we start losing all those data. In other basins, there's a pretty good distribution of elevations, and so they progressively go dark, and then it becomes more important to try to target particular water management decisions or areas of the basin that are less well known. So I think it was interesting this morning listening to Dave talk about the full build out, 8 flights per year, and how those could be apportioned. And I was trying to map that onto a bunch of different Colorado case studies. And I think the importance would still be there. It might just be shuffled around a little bit. And we've got a bunch of Colorado folks that have been on the call all day. Would love to see if anyone's got some thoughts on that kind of perspective. How could we start supplementing the current sort of 2 flight standard in Colorado, and where might we start targeting those?
Well, that's one of the keys, Jeff. Even in our watersheds, as you know, I mean, from north to south, they go from rain driven to snow driven. And so, the key to the frequency of flights or the number of flights per year, one of the keys, in my opinion, is balancing that need to feed our models and match it with our Bulletin 120, and then balancing what the local agencies, the local experts need to provide. You take our case study in California, we've got reservoir operators. We heard from plenty of our partners in terms of the ag demand. Chad Moore is looking more at a river restoration, environmental flow. So having that frequency allows us to also serve both those needs. I've said it time and time again, if you just left it to DWR, well, those flights are going to match up to feed the first a month for the Bulletin 120. But that's not the total need in California, and I'm sure it's not the total need in Colorado elsewhere. So it's just another preaching to the choir here, but this is what we say repeatedly in fighting for bigger budgets is, look, it's got to be more than 1, it's got to be more than 2, it's got to be more than 4. We just gave you money for 4. Why are you asking for 8? Well, we actually asked for 8. You gave us money for 4. So there's all the other sides of this too, and it's going to go down lots of rabbit holes. So I don't mean to make us chase all those, right? But Stephen this morning referred to those historical trends or from basin to basin comparisons. We talked about that earlier. I talked about the conversation I had with Tom, which really kind of opened my eyes on, hey, the distribution of the snow isn't quite what we thought it was, and maybe won't be moving forward. We had a situation this year with all that snow by January 1st and then nothing till March. And you all know as well as I do, there was lots of questions. What does that do to the snowpack? What's the snowpack doing in that time? And of course, we're like, sitting there. And we can go into the physics of it, but look, that's the reality, not this year, but we're going to get these questions more and more, and we can't keep saying like, well, the science isn't really there to tell us. These are other applications of this data that are going to become more and more and more important to say, well, we know exactly what's going on with it because we've had the frequency of measurements, and we've got these, I alluded to it earlier with the research groups, we've got these teams that are behind this that are helping us answer these particular questions. And it all goes back to, well, you can't do it without the data. And you got to have the data at the right frequency or right amount to answer that, So those are a bunch of tangents, I understand, but that gets into the frequency of why we need this data. The pressure's there, it's no longer can you get the April 1 forecast right. So that was nice, but how about that Feb 1 forecast? And by the way, we've got all these other questions because everything's changed on us. So why can't you answer that? You know.
And that's what we've just talked about, is the thorny thicket that necessitates the much greater cadence.
And then there's the operational thing that relates to this, but comes in sort of orthogonally from the flight team, that everybody wants it the same day, right? So can the modeling, like you wouldn't want a fleet of a dozen aircraft sitting there to go fly the best day right before April 1st. That's not very efficient on our side. So I'm just wondering what people's thoughts are about that, and the modeling ameliorating it enough that, you know, everybody takes turns being the one that had to be recorded a little early and rely on modeling to get to April 1st so that we don't have to buy 12 planes.
Yeah, I think something that speaks to that, Joe, is, you know, and what Dave was saying about the frequency, and we don't know that until we do it, but also the evolution of the season, of the snow season, and this speaks to what Jeff Deems was saying in terms of Colorado, you might get different precip at different times, so you're getting these bumps in precip coming as you go throughout the year, and we all know that the precip is the greatest source of uncertainty, and so that's where ASO is the most value. So then it sort of starts to tie into the weather cycling and events that start happening. And you know, if you do your update just before you get a precip event, doesn't matter that you're only 2 days off.
Everybody's going to want to flight the first clear day after a storm.
Exactly, and that's something that is hard to know in advance.
But a better cadence will answer these questions, right? Even if the answer comes back, oh, 8 was too many. You know, on an average year, we don't need 8, maybe. God forbid. But you need that measuring to find out those answers. I think it's clear.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was the Hedrick study, and then the Bureau of Reclamation study that Lindsay Barrett led out of the Technical Services office in Golden, and that came to about the same, depending on basin, 6 to 10 acquisitions per year, requisite to keep the models intact. And so
then you just have the Murphy's Law of it all, right? I mean, in an extremely dry year where maybe you don't need as many flights, you have plenty of window opportunities to go fly. In an extremely wet year, when you really could use more flights, you have a lot of water going from the sky. So, you know, in that sense, we are no different than the traditional snow surveys program. You know, I mean, when you absolutely need the data the most is when it's hardest for them to get up there and ski into the sites and measure snow. And snow pillows go down, you know, because the weather knocks them over or whatever. And it is what it is. You know, that's why, you know, one of the things we say is we rely on that history of how we manage the snow surveys program and try to take what we've learned from that, at least in terms of understanding these windows of opportunity and where the data is needed. And, you know, so it's not easy.
If I can add one more thing from the modeling perspective, and something that I don't think is fully captured in Andrew's paper, obviously it's like groundbreaking and pivotal for what we're doing, but there's almost 3 uses for every flight that we get from our perspective. So I mean, it's updating the model state in real time, which is incredibly important. And then it's informing us about how the model's trending in real time, because we do make real-time decisions off of that. We're eager to get the data every single time. We learn a little something every single time, and we adjust for that. And then in the off season, that data is providing benchmarks for if we're, you know, adding things into the modeling framework. That's sort of our benchmark for how well it's doing. So it's really a threefold value add for us every time. So we like more flights.
Roger that. What about the Colorado contingent?
I mean, we're well into happy hour in this time zone, so who knows?
Liz has a question for Dave. Liz, do you want to?
Oh, I had a couple of
question.
questions. Yeah. Hey, Dave, can you guys hear me okay? Cool. So, when you guys are all talking about uncertainty and of course, snowpack and persistence, it also just makes me wonder with how incredibly invaluable this information is from a snow perspective. Are there conversations going on with CAL FIRE and Resources Agency and really kind of bringing their attention to the forefront of all of the knowledge you guys are bringing to bear? Because, I sit in these ASO meetings every year and then I go back to CAL FIRE and Resources Agency. Of course, I'm not a civil servant anymore, but I tell them I'm like jumping up and down, like, go watch the ASO recordings, right? Like this stuff is so important. And so I was thinking just, is that discussion going on? And then I had a separate question more about drought conditions, but that anyway, not to put you totally on the spot, because I do wonder these things.
There hasn't been very direct conversation with CAL FIRE about it. There has been a more overarching, broader discussion on sort of a natural resources agency and other state agency collaboration on remote sensing. And I think Tom's been part of those conversations too, a little bit. And those conversations, from my perspective, get a little tough because there's a broader sense for how people use remote sensing data, and then there's our very more specific operational need for it. And so sometimes it's not a easy, like we're happy to share the data, but then people go, hey, we got stuff for you. And I defer it to Tom and the team. They're like, hey, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Sure. And it's all good data, but it's just how it's being used. You're right, though. Gosh, in years past, I can remember in this workshop too, hearing from even Caltrans how they might use it, or others. And Tom, maybe you have more like that broader sense how other people are using it, how we can come together. But it's been tough for us to be able to afford the time to create that opportunity to have that engagement with CAL FIRE.
We had from the very beginning, as I was mentioning, and I'll talk about this more tomorrow, Frank and I had Frank Gerke, who was the chief of the California Cooperative Snow Survey Program, and I were having conversations that ultimately led to DWR covering about 1/3 of the investment in the first few years of ASO before it actually became a more dominant funding stream. And so we were really working with DWR and through Frank and through Bruce McGurk at Hetchy, and I think Bruce is still on. Oh no, he's not on right now, but he was earlier. We were having immediate conversations with water managers, and we had those who were technically savvy, who were very quickly analyzing the data, presenting results, and for lack of a better term, setting fire to this and getting it going. And I think we haven't had as much direct interaction with them because we've been building so many spokes from our hub to particular water managers, utility managers, et cetera. And I think it's really important for us to start reaching out to the specifically technical folks in those sub agencies to try to help get them going on it and just get more visibility for them to recognize, hey, these are these data sets and the model results are available to you, and they can be enormously helpful. So perhaps in advance of next year's workshop, where we can cast a much broader net, we can be trying to have some of these meetings and really direct some of the data to people to say, hey, this can be helpful.
Yeah, I think that that's a great idea. And there's really like two audiences, right? There's just as Dave and you pointed out, there's the technical audience who can ingest the data, whether it's remote sensing or it's SWE, right? Whatever that is. And then there's so many of these managers who need to, for example, cross-pollinate between the forest management task force and and thinking about whether we're in flood conditions or whether we're in drought conditions, right? That the environmental managers, as we've been talking about wildlife, there are those planners who probably don't know about this information as well. So I see that there's multiple audiences and yeah, just so many folks who really could benefit from better understanding the important work that you guys are all doing and the data that you collect, the sort of the two areas. Anyway.
Thank you, Liz. Liz, don't go away. So we have about 12 minutes, and I know that we're not going to solve the cadence issue entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Be happening within season, but I did want to get to the burn severity index.
Oh yeah.
And so Alina had to go, but you're here.
I'm here.
And the Micahs and others out in the crowd. It would be great to talk about that a little bit. So M3 works. I'm correct, right? That we were using the Landsat burn severity index initially for impacting the snowpack modeling, and then working on updates from the ASO data themselves. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, can you describe that a little bit, and then just and then put a little perspective on what Alina was talking about?
Sure. What we're doing now, and this was kind of an ad hoc implementation that turned out to work pretty well for us, was we saw that we weren't melting fast enough in the creek fire initially, was the impetus. And we take the burn index, the burn severity index, and scale our radiative parameters that sort of control how much of the solar radiation is getting down to the snowpack. And we scale those as well as our vegetation height that's related to the same equations, basically by the severity of the burn, and then roll that out. And we also have some albedo adjustments based on expected, carbon getting deposited on the snow that we adjust as well. And that's worked pretty well in the creek fire, and it worked in the feather for the Dixie fire as well. That was one where we saw we were just drastically under melting without adjustments this year. And so we rolled that out there, and we've rolled it out in Windy Gap in Colorado as well. And so far, the results have been positive. It's a pretty new thing. So how we adjust this moving forward, we'll have to change as there's vegetation changes, as things start to grow back, and as the whole really canopy progresses. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing now. Excited by the amount of research that seems to be going on around this topic. We're learning a ton, and trying to see how we can apply it as we move forward.
That's great. I did want to add a comment, just in terms of, some of the results that Alina was sharing, and this gets, I think, right to what you were just saying, Micah, and that is when Alina was presenting the results, that was overall canopy cover. And I think, Tom, this kind of gets to your question, which I think was really well put about, thinking about the remote sensing components of the Landsat data itself. And that is when we're thinking about canopy cover, we stratify canopy cover by height, right? So when we're really thinking about burn severity from an optical perspective, of course, that's the top of the canopy. And so one of the ways that, of course, we're going to be looking at the next steps, the work that Alina was showing is still very preliminary. The next steps are to parse out the canopy cover loss by strata. And of course, when we think about the role of fire is oftentimes interacting with the surface and the ladder fuels, right? And so much of that is not optically being captured. So what we're getting in terms of changes in canopy cover or estimated biomass may have a lot to do with what's going on in the lower strata. And so thinking about those changes and those relationships with what's optically available, I think is really critical. So I do want to assure everybody that's coming, right? That's critical too. And just as Micah pointed out, like how that changes over time as well. And then the TAO piece is coming along as we develop the machine learning and deep learning models for that.
Yeah. And Jeff, I was checking to see if Tobias was up very late. And I don't see that he is on here. Do you want to speak a little bit to what his group has been doing with respect to canopy change and radiation?
Yeah, so our colleagues in Switzerland, Tobias Jonas's snow hydrology group at the SLF, and I saw that Julia was on earlier as well. They have come up with a scheme to use the high resolution point cloud data and pre-compute all of the solar transmission for every time step of the day throughout the year, and which they have found actually scales up. So you do this at very high resolution, 1 meter or finer, but it scales up to 30, 50, 100, 250 meter grid cells easily and accurately. And because it's a physically based and measured representation of the canopy structure that affects the solar components of transmission, both directions, reflected and incoming. That means that you can apply the same technique to burned forests, or you can do it prescriptively in the model environment and use it in sort of a sensitivity type approach, where you could say, let's replicate a creek fire like impact to a different basin with the commensurate change in the forest structure, and actually do that computation ahead of time. And what that does is it allows for an accurate representation of the radiation components at the snow surface without having to calculate them in real time. And it's something that can have an enormous impact rather than just treating it as bulk properties. If you've ever set your chair up in the shadow of a tree, hoping for some shade, and then an hour later you're getting sun, that's the kind of resolution that this technique can capture, and that can have really important ramifications for melting out snow in these mixed meadow and forest clearing and forest edge environments. So there's a number of other research groups out there doing something similar, and I think that's one of the great advantages. One thing that Liz was sort of alluding to a moment ago is it's sort of an ancillary benefit of collecting lots of high resolution point cloud data, where we're incidentally mapping the forest canopy as well, is that it enables this type of approach, and one that importantly scales to coarser resolutions accurately. So we're looking to start implementing it now. Tobias's group in Switzerland has implemented this in an operational context for their their operational forecasting model, and we are aiming to do the same.
Cool.
As I said earlier, for the younger participants in this is an embarrassment of riches that you're finding yourselves in, where we're actually able to do all these things that we've been saying in the first 2 to 3 paragraphs of papers for the last 40 years. That wouldn't it be cool if we could do this? Watch what we present next. So it really is an amazing time of data constraints for accurate physical modeling. Any other thoughts on that topic from out in the crowd? I saw one question from Jeff Dozier at about what was it, at about 2:20. What were the reasons to choose CU Boulder and Snowdass for the models? Not to savage the models, but there are alternatives. Kehan's Journal of Hydro submitted paper shows the models by Margulis and by Baer corresponded better to ASO than the alternatives during the melt season. Similarly, there are alternative models of the accumulation season. Jeff, can you speak? Are you there? Allowed to talk. There we go.
Bet you wish you had that button working on your dissertation, eh, Tom?
No kidding.
Okay.
There he is.
Unmuted. Yeah, I guess this was kind of a question when Dave Rizzardo was still on. Oh, there he is. Hi, Dave. So, I guess, I think everybody knows my opinion about Snowdass. And even Noah is
Jeff, you cut out to where we didn't hear anything up until "and."
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm of the opinion that nobody should ever use Snowdass. The people that have used it effectively are the long distance truckers trying to figure out when to drive across the US. But in general, in the mountains, all of the independent validation studies of Snowdass have not shown it to be very good. And so the CU Boulder model, is that Noah Malich's stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and so that is using the snow pillows to try to do some sort of interpolation between them. And of course, that means it's kind of hard to test because you can't really use the snow pillows to validate it. So, I guess I was curious about the history of making those choices. That there are other, like Steve Margulis's work has come up with some interesting results. There is, WRF is nice if you can make a guess as to the microphysics scheme, but and then if we look at the melt phase, Kehan Yang's paper that has been submitted to Journal of Hydrology kind of shows the Margulis approach had the lowest RMSE, Ned Bear's Parball had the least bias. So one of the questions I guess I would address here is indeed having better data to initiate the models would help, but is there also some mileage to be gained by exploring alternative models? And how would you go about doing that?
So I think Dave, I think Jeff's referring to what you were showing on that comes off the Tableau representation, and which are operational to quasi-operational products.
Yeah, so the Tableau is sort of grabbing other, what I call snow estimation tools or whatever you want to call them, and just allowing a comparison. And it's a little bit of a mixed bag of info, right? You know, here's SNODAS, here's CU Boulder, here's ASO, here's it was just an attempt to kind of show some comparisons. Now, our team isn't grabbing SNODAS data and shoving it into our forecasts. I think they'll look at it, you know, if they've got some interest. Leanne and Noah, what they provide from Boulder, you know, that's got some historical significance there, because again, I think, I can't remember how long we've been working with Leanne and Noah now, but you know, it goes back almost as long as the ASO program, if not as far. And you know, and that was kind of this foray into how do we use remote sense data in any way, shape, or form. And so I think those products go back to that value of just having another look at things, even though they're based on the snow pillows. You know, so it's an evolutionary thing, right? And now we've got ASO where it's this more direct flyover. As far as other methodologies, well, I think, you know, we're in a new paradigm now. You know, we haven't really had the luxury. Sorry, the cat is driving me nuts right now. We haven't had the luxury of yes, hi, you've been fed. Sorry. She's old and ornery. We haven't had that, you know, in the past, we didn't really have that luxury of exploring too many other methodologies and learning out how to implement them. But now we're certainly more into this phase where, again, as I alluded to earlier, like how do you bridge the research to the operations? And that's really not easy for such a small team. Because so much of our focus is just keeping the tools sharp and keeping them running from year to year. That's where the partnerships, I think, really come into play. You know, and again, I know Mike's been kind of front and center on that, Mike Anderson, but you know, we're getting in more positions, we're getting more people into starting to be able to look into more things, and then for us, it's the importance of that peer review and that stakeholder input also is really going to come into play in the future, because you know, that's one of the criticisms we faced. We just sit here in a silo and cook up these things on our own, or are we actually talking to others? And you know, again, you look at the evolution of the Cooperative Snow Surveys program, where you know, we sit there and say, well, of course we've always had this conversation with others about what best practices, but I know if you ask any of our cooperators too, they'd answer this the same way. There's a fine line in sharing best practices and modeling, which we absolutely need to do and want to do, and I think we do fairly well, versus when you're in forecast season itself, making sure nobody can accuse anybody on either side that they're trying to favor the forecast in some skewed way. That not that any of our cooperators try to do that, but so what you're alluding to is, you know, yeah, are there other methods, or there's papers that have been proven, other methods, whatever. That's a hard thing for us on our own to do. That's why we rely on this community. And I think we're really open-minded to exploring that more and more as we move forward.
All right.
Thanks, Dave. That was helpful. Yeah.
All right. We have come to the end of day one of the workshop. Liz, is there any housekeeping to do before we move into the evening before day 2?
No, not really. We'll start up again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
All right. Thank you all for participating. Fantastic day, and looking forward to day 2. Y'all have a good night.
Yep. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.